Good morning, chat. It is a beautiful Tuesday morning here in Kansas. Good morning, everybody. This is a scary song to have on while I come in. Hold on a second. Much better. Much better. Yes, dude. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Ivy, welcome. Ivy, have you been around one of the painting or building streams? Welcome, welcome. Ooh, I gotta make sure my back is... I gotta make sure I'm not shrimping. I got slept weird on my back yesterday. Or I guess last night. So I gotta make sure I'm not shrimping today. Ooh. It's my boy. We doing Iron Warriors. We're doing Black Legion, but we're gonna be doing some Iron Warrior stuff on him. So like, we're probably gonna give like a leg some hazard stripes. The bolter definitely is gonna have some hazard stripes, probably. I don't really know how I'm gonna do the hazard stripes just yet. I've never done them before, but I'm very excited. I'm excited to learn. Oh, yeah, we gotta make sure we stretch. Oh, a wonderful, beautiful day. Black and gold hazard stripes. That would be cool, but we're gonna go yellow. We're gonna go yellow. Did you know back in the day that Black Legion, similar to Ultramarines, it wasn't gold trim. It was just yellow. And even further than that, did you know that Black Legion back in the day in 2nd edition, it was just black and silver? There was no gold. Combat patrol time? No, I don't want that combat patrol. It looks dookie. I don't want it. Get it out of my face! Ah! Ah! Before we get started painting today, y'all, we have some Warhammer news. There's a new rumor. Ring the bell. Rumor. 1 minute. I want to find the Black Legion 2nd edition art, though. I gotta tell you, if you need some inspo for your whatever Warhammer, go give some of the older artwork a shot. Here, I found it. This is from Reddit. 1 minute. Nope, that's Calgar. Aha! So if we look here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why did it? No, show me the image. There's the whatever. Okay. You can see here, like, the word bearers are a lot more, like, magenta in this earlier artwork. The Night Lords look pretty much the same. They're kind of got some greenish tint going on their horns. That's really fun. Black Legion's got the, obviously the silver. But, like, look at the markings. The markings are yellow. There's some gold here and there. Love this guy's hair. That's fun. It's Reddit? Yeah, I know. Is that a dragon warrior? I don't know. This is in German, I think. Love the... What is that? Like a cheetah or a leopard print on the thing there? Dude, that... Inspiration. This is how you get inspiration, bro. Fucking... I just thought, dude, we've got some Emperor's Children, and when we make some Emperor's Children, why not give them some leopard print? I've never done leopard print before. Dragon Warrior, Salamander successor chapter that fell to chaos. But they look similar to that. I don't think it is them. I think it's really interesting that the word bearers are a lot more magenta here. Very cool. Very, very cool. Rumor! Ding, 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 rumor! It's something Cities of Sigmar. This is definitely Cities of Sigmar. This almost looks like terrain. It looks like a door to me. Maybe it's door. Maybe it's another type of shield that they have. Maybe it's like a bigger fuselage shield or something like that. Looks cool. I also think this is Cities of Sigmar. The way it's all like curvy and stuff. A door or a coin slot. Dude, Cities of Sigmar gambling? What city are you gonna be isekai'd into? Let's gamble. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. John Blanche was into leopard print a lot. Oh, yeah. John Blanche. God. Yes, dude. Yes. Any combat patrol is better than no combat patrol. I'm just mad we got a generic Warpsmith and not Kravik Morn. Yeah, this is my biggest problem with the Iron Warriors combat patrol is that you get a leader that, oh, he can lead Havocs. Oh, he can lead Legionaries. Oh, does he buff them? No, he buffs a vehicle. Like, it baffles the mind there's not even a Rhino. Like, that's the thing that's crazy to me, is that I would rather, genuinely drop the Terminators, replace them with a Rhino. I think it would be a better box. I mean that genuinely. And I don't even want the Rhino. I want the Rhino as little as anybody else wants the Rhino. But I think the best case scenario, you drop the Terminators, you replace it with a Demon Engine. That's it. Jump Guy and Legionary. The Night Lords one is weird like that too. Wait. Hold on. Night Lords Combat Patrol. Ooh! At least you get a Rhino, but ooh! What is going on, bro? What is going on? Thank you for the 5. New anime. That time I got reincarnated to Age of Sigmar and just gambled my way to victory. 5 episodes of cliffhanger and tax evasion author. What city am I gonna be isekai'd into? Hammerfall, Axia. Aw, dang it. Lethis. Aw, dang it. With upgrades, though? Like, yeah, sure, but, like, the upgrade sprue should not be... Like, you know what I mean? Wait a second, though. Hold on. Wait a second, though. Wait a gosh darn second. What is this? What is this part? This is not on the sprue. We built the Night Lords. What is this? What is this from? Did they make the sprue again and add more stuff? What is that? What is that? What the hell is that? Legionaries? No, that's not in the Legionaries kit either. This is a new bit. I've never seen this bit before. Extra bit sprue added? I guess. I don't... This belt is also different. Wait a second. Is this body even... I gotta stop. I wish I got my Chaos Spawn themed box set. Do you mean... do you want like a battalion box that's like 18 Chaos Spawn? Because that's really funny. We literally got so much potential cool Iron Warrior stuff, but we got a squad of chud Terminators. Instead of a Demon Engine, or I don't know, maybe the other gazillion other Iron Warriors things they announced. Yeah. Ava, did you do the new Kill Team Legionaries? Maybe that's what they are. No, I have the... Wait. No, because they got picked off of the Kill Team thing. So, no, I have the... I've built the new Legionaries kit, the one with the Kill Team sprue. That's not in there. This is a new bit. I think this body... Well, hold on. What's happening? I would not buy this Combat Patrol, though. Unless you are, like, hella into Night Lords and you only want Night Lords, sure, get it. I think if you are... I'm Comrade Curse's #1 fan. He's my baby girl. My baby girl does nothing wrong. Get it. Yeah, absolutely. Is this the box you got? I got the normal combat patrol. But what I'm confused by is this body, I don't think is actually in there. I think, unless I'm crazy, and I'm probably crazy. But what's throwing me is the trophy, because this is just not a bit on there. Not a big Night Lords fan. I love the Death Guard more. You're eating large. You are living large, my friend. You are living very, very large because goddamn Death Guard get everything. GW loves Death Guard. You know why they love Death Guard? Because they look real cool. And I bet they're very fun to sculpt. I'll be honest, chat. Between Black Legion and Death Guard, it was really tempting. Okay, you want an example of a good combat patrol? This is a great combat patrol. 2 characters, you get your basic line troop, and then 3 elite troops. And a rhino. This is an excellent combat patrol. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Although Death Guard do have like some stupid value stuff because like what the fuck is this? It's 3 characters. It's... You know what it's giving? What is it? Is it honored? Honored of the chapter. Yeah. Yeah, you want to pay a combat patrol price for these fuckers? 3 Blade Guard veterans, 3 Eradicators, and 3 characters. Give me money. Are they good characters? For a Death Guard one? Yes. For this one? Also, kind of not really. It depends. The Chaplain's pretty good. The Blade Guard Ancient largely is fine. He can only be attached to Blade Guard. But you would want to have the Chaplain attached to them, but whatever. The real star of the show is the Justiciar here. This dude attached to Blade Guard, I have talked to so many people and I've looked at the stats and everything. This dude paired with 6 Blade Guard Terminators, oh my god, that is such a threat on the field, just walking up the board. This should be at least $90. Do you want to know the biggest insult? Here's the biggest insult, and Lou is crashing out right now. There is a box called, what is it, Dawn of War? I can't find it. Hold on. Warhammer 40k Dawn of War box. Dawn of War Onslaught. This is it. Okay. So here's the confusing part, right? Here's the confusing part. Honored of the chapter, $170. It's these miniatures. Okay, here's the Dawn of War Onslaught box. It's the same miniatures, but with a bunch of other bullshit to play this, like, little game for whatever. It's like a little one-off game. You can play it. Who cares, right? This box is like $50. $170, only the miniatures. Miniatures plus all this other shit, $50. I'm sorry? I'm sorry? I'm sorry? I'm sorry? I'm sorry? What? Awful. Awful. Garbage. No, blah, blah, don't do this to me. Don't show me the coolest noise marine ever. I do kind of regret not getting the made to order. I didn't have a lot of disposable income at the time, though, so I'm not too worried about it. But also, I got some people who can probably 3D print this. Aura, I'm afraid. Aura. You mentioned the leopard print. Yeah. I guess that is there then. Wait! I know why! I got confused! Because it's not part of the Legionaries kit! I know why! It's because these aren't legionaries, these are chosen! That's why the body looks different. That's why. Okay. We figured it out, folks. Thank you, Ivy. Thank you. No read? It's hard to read on this thing. Hold on. It's the Nemesis Claw. 1 second. Where's my kill team instructions? I have the kill team instructions here. I don't see it in the kill team instructions. However, aha! There it is. It is chosen. Aha! We got there, folks. We got there, everybody. That's why the body looked weird. That's why. We got there, everybody. Everybody shake hands. Very good, very good, very good. Very good, everybody. So the Night Lord Combat Patrol comes with Legionaries and Chosen and a Jump Pack Lord and Rhino. Chosen have a Slanesh bit for Chosen? Yeah, so you can, like, mark them. You can do that with AOS as well. AOS Chosen instructions. I've built 2 kits of Chosen. I'll probably never buy them again. And the reason being is just because I don't need more than 10 Chosen in my Chaos Slaves to Darkness army. Because they hit like brick shit houses. Hey, do you want 41 attacks hitting on 3s? Hey, do you think that's cool? Do you think that's cool? Also, they have fight twice. It's not just Chosen? I'm telling you, it is. I just looked at the instructions of my Nemesis Claw. They don't have the bit that we're talking about with the backpack. Yeah, here's the symbol I was looking for. So you can do like a generic demon head or any of these symbols for the banner. I gave the cloth banner and then I put the demon head on it. Oops, it's all Chosen. I need to tell y'all about the Chosen bomb. Okay, so there's a strategy. There's a very valid strategy. Aegis like Chosen is low-key tough. Dude, high-key tough. I mean, fucking look at them. They're just aura farming. So here's how you do the Chosen bomb. There's a unit in the game called the Gaunt Summoner. I'll pull him up on screen now. The Gaunt Summoner has the ability to put a unit in reserves. And then in your movement phase, they can teleport them on the field in like the second battle round or whatever, right? So here's what you do. You put a Gaunt Summoner in your list. He's part of his own regiment. Oh my gosh, excuse me. He's part of his own regiment. You put the Chosen, all 10 of them, in your reserves. You then sprint your Gaunt Summoner as fast as you can up the board in a place where, ideally, they're not going to get shot or get charged or whatever. Then in Battle Round 2, you teleport all 10 Chosen directly on his location. This is called the Chosen Bomb. The reason why this is such a scary thing is that Chosen, while they are strong as fuck, are very slow. They're like about as slow as Terminators. They're very, very slow, but they will kill pretty much anything in their path. Every time I've played AOS with my buddies, I feel bad when I bring Chosen. But then I'm like, you should have planned for this. You should have planned for the Chosen Bomb. You should have planned for the Chosen Bomb. When you see my funny Gaunt Summoner, you should know that the bomb is coming. Now you might be asking, well, how do you prevent this? Kill the Gaunt Summoner. If the Gaunt Summoner cannot summon the Chosen, and the Gaunt Summoner dies, those Chosen are dead. And you've wasted, like, however many points. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were bringing a gun to a board game. Yeah, the Chosen Bomb. Welcome. This is the Chosen Bomb. Did you know you can put him on a Disc of Zeech to make him even faster? It's not showing up in the recommended. Hold on. Gaunt Summoner on Disc of Zeech. There he is. They put all their points into strength instead of weight, literally. So yeah, you then drop a unit of 10 Chosen, 41 attacks total. If you take the Mark of Khorne. You put the Mark of Khorne on them. Why are you not putting the Mark of Khorne on them? Put the Mark of Khorne on them. 41 attacks. Fights twice. Oof. They are going to kill anything on the board. Hey, Lou, did you know that Marathi, our girl, our queen... Did you know that Marathi can take a maximum of 3 damage allocated between either unit per turn? So what this means is, oh, did you do 3 damage to the big snake lady? Okay, she can't take any more damage for the rest of the turn. Go, my Chosen! Go, my Chudlings! Oh, man. Yeah, Marathi can only take a maximum of 3 damage per turn. And I saw, like, I ran the math in my head, and I think you would have to wait till... What is it? Battle round 2. So 4 turns would have to go by until she actually is capable of dying. And also, it works between, like, oh, did you do 2 damage here? Okay, well, you could do 1 damage to the snake version. And then that's it. That's capped out. Fucking what? She's a god. This is how they reflect that, I'm a god. How do you kill a god? You don't. That's the answer. So, with big models like Marathi... Oh, also, she's like... I think 800 points or something. She's like 700 or 800 points. So, like, you are... When you're bringing Marathi, you've got the game plan of, like, I'm going to use Marathi. It's like bringing Archaon. You gotta bring Archaon, and you're gonna have Archaon do his fun Archaon things. Not Archon, Archaon. My boy, my beloved, my god. God motherfucking damn. Oh, thank you, Ivy, for clarifying. It's 10 Nemesis Claw and then 5 Chosen in the Night Lord's box. Okay, okay. Although I was shocked when I built the Nemesis Claw team, it is just the Legionaries with an upgrade sprue. That's it. Oh yeah, no, this is a stupid price for this, but also I need to be very clear. This is the biggest miniature I think they make that is not a Titan. He is stupidly huge. He is dumb how big he is. Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolute fucking unit, Archaon. I played Archaon against Lou. He didn't like him. He didn't like him. Archaon just got to... He didn't get to pop off with the Slayer of Kings, but he was annoying. He was really, really, really annoying. He's mean. He is really fucking mean. I had a moment where I could see... Well, I could hear... Lou's enthusiasm for the game dying right before my eyes as Archaon took some damage from some Stormcast cavalry, and I went, oh, okay, well, Archaon's going to do this ability where he can heal, and then he healed back to full, and Archaon has like 22 wounds. I thought Archaon was just a dude on a horse. That's still his horse. It just got, you know, his horse has been working out. He did have a horse, and now the horse is very different. Dorgar got buff. Hella growth hormones, yeah. To give the basic rundown, he after Archaon won, he just straight up won the old world. While the mortal realms were being formed over countless aeons and millions and millions and millions of years, Archaon was busy eradicating multiverses. Canonically, he has like destroyed countless multiverses. Like, they're just gone. Abaddon the Despoiler is on Fraud Watch, as is every single Primarch. Fraud Watch. Archaon did it. He's the big bad evil guy. But during this time, the Chaos Gods were a bit concerned that there was going to be a bit of a difference in power scaling. They're like, well, we don't want this guy to get too strong, because what if he tries to, like, go after us? So Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, Slaanesh was busy being imprisoned. Whole other story. They were like, oh, we're going to send our champions. And one by one, Archaon killed, like, Khorne's champion, and then Dorgar ate its soul. And then Tzeentch's champion, Archaon killed it. Dorgar ate his soul. And this was great for Archaon, because he just kept getting power boosts. And then came time where he was like, well, Slaanesh isn't sending one because she's busy. So, what am I going to do for a fourth blessing? I need a fourth blessing. And the Great Horned Rat kept poking him, going like, hey. And he was like, no. And then, like, a couple days go by, and the Great Horned Rat would show up again in, like, a hole and be like, hey. He's like, no. This went on for a while. And then eventually, Archaon was like, well, I need this fourth blessing. I actually need it. So, here's what we're going to do. Hey, Great Horned Rat, I hate you. 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 But I'll let you bless my horse. And the Great Horned Rat was like, awesome, awesome, fantastic. I'm about to do it. And he's like, no! You can only bless the tail. And that's why Dorgar has two tails. Slaanesh being in jail is understandable, but also scary for the inmates, I somehow imagine. Nah, the whole prison is her. So they being the elven gods of the AOS realm, that is Tyrion, Teclis, Marathi, and Malekith, who has now been renamed to Malarian. They all imprisoned her. They worked together to imprison her, and they got the elven souls out of her stomach, and that's how they made the new elves. And it's a cool story. It's like very, very mythological, very, very cool. And it helps that it came from the Age of Myth. You know. Anyway, chat. Enough about AOS. I'm sure there's people going like, I don't care about AOS. And frankly, fair. I like AOS a lot. Let's move over to the painting desk. Oh my gosh. I'm scooting. Oh boy, chat. I gotta show you something Carrie got me. Malekith from Elden Ring? No, it was originally a reference to a Marvel comic, the one Dark Elf guy, and GW I guess got scared that someone was gonna sue them over the name, which is like kind of silly, but whatever. Look what Carrie got me. She got me a turntable. It needs batteries. Wow, wow, what the? Okay. Well, that's for a later thing. She got me a little turntable. I'm so excited. This will be great for, you know, when we start, like, doing videos and stuff with painting. Then I'll just be able to go, like, you know? That's so cool. Double A's? No, that's not the thing I was freaking out about. What the fuck is that? Malekith in a Marvel movie, which means they would be fighting Walt Disney. Well, they would... By that logic, the guy in Elden Ring shouldn't be named Malekith. It's just a name. But, considering how many IPs GW borrows from, I think it's more reasonable to say that they're scared of that. Anyway, good morning, everybody. We're going to be painting a Black Legion Iron Warrior. Now, that might sound like a weird situation. We're having a community-assisted, I guess, Chaos Space Marine army. We have a lot of miniatures over just beyond the camera. You can't see them all. But the idea is we are going to be building a big mishmash of chaos. Lots of... Excuse me. Oh my gosh, I'm so burpy this morning. Like hiccuping, almost. Anyway, we got a whole big mishmash of all sorts of different chaos, all sorts of different god marks. They're all going to be painted things like Corn Warriors, all Black Legion colors. Going to be really cool. So today, we're actually kind of doing like a test to see how to get these models done quickly, efficiently, and to a standard that we can be like, yeah, that looks good. We have plenty of options to choose from, but I'm going to pick one that I converted into an Iron Warrior. I will go over the pieces right now. The camera's being a bit silly. There we go. So as you can see, this is very clearly an Iron Warrior. The base body is from a Death Guard Plague Marine. I have scraped off things like there were spikes on the little, I guess, crotch protector here. Also on the chest, I shaved those off. There was also a tentacle here and a tentacle on the chest, also shaved off. The arms are from the regular Chaos Space Marine Legionary kit, as well as the shoulder pads. The backpack and head are from the Khorne Berserker kit. The backpack just had the balls cut and then the arms cut, and then I glued on the balls. And the head, I just clipped off the bunny ears, shaved them down, and it looks proper Iron Warriors. Now, I have primed this in just regular Rust-Oleum black. You might notice a few flecks of things like silver or gold, or just like little things like a rusty, ruddy brown in some of the cracks and crevices. This is because yesterday we were doing some tests with this Iron Warrior, and, well, we were just kind of experimenting, seeing what worked, what didn't, and I think I've got a method down, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Here's our Demon Prince. The community has named him Bingus. As you can see, Bingus is looking a little gray, and that's not a bad thing. This was simply primed black and then dry brushed with dark warm gray from Pro Acryl. Now, when we cover this in our unifying wash later, the gray parts are going to be knocked down to look like a black, but we're going to keep those really bright edge highlights that you can see, especially on the backpack here. Like, look really closely on the backpack. Those are going to stay. And so we're going to get this really cool looking, very easy edge highlighted effect I'm very excited to get the demon prince all painted, but that's going to be for another day, because today is all about experimentation. Are we giving him yellow hazard stripes even if he's Black Legion? Of course. The main point of having a Chaos army that is all these different marks, all these different God-marked legions, is to also bring a bit of personality from those legions, a bit of personalization in each and every armor piece. So, for example, if we wanted, we could actually add, like, maybe a red helmet on this guy rather than just a black one. Maybe a sort of red pauldron here, sort of like Death Watch it. Maybe there's just a red streak that goes down the left side of the helmet, the left side of the body. Who knows? The point is, uniformity is the enemy. Uniformity is the enemy. Am I insane? Did you paint an Iron Warrior last stream? We did tests last stream. Just paint the skin of the demon and he looks done to me. If that's what you're happy with, absolutely. If that's what you're happy with, go for it. But I want a little more complexity than that. Today we're painting this little guy. Funny little guy. He does not have a name yet, but we'll get there. One of the people from the community will insert a name, and whatever I feel is appropriate will be assigned to him. We're not going to be opening donations to have name submissions or character submissions today. I want to do that when we start painting the full army. This, again, we're just experimenting today. Fair enough, I have Tau and Necron, so my tastes are different. Fair enough, fair enough. So, from a black primed miniature, I'm just using cheap Rust-Oleum Prime. I actually like the Rust-Oleum black primer a lot. I got the flat, like, 2x, 2x, like, it's a paint coat while also a primer. I like it quite a lot. Even if it doesn't cover the full miniature, this is an important thing I want to talk about priming. Here's a Terminator Sergeant. As you can see, some of the parts did not get covered. And honestly, that's not a big deal at all. As long as, like, some of the primer got on it, which in this case it did, that's fine. Because we're not really using this as a base coat. We're using it as for something for the paint to stick onto. In the case of this Iron Warrior, it's a little different. But with that said, if it's the main color of your armor, in this case black, if you're painting Black Templars, Iron Hands, what have you, it is usually worth it to just cover the miniature in a thin layer of your base coat, no matter what it is, even if it's black, because the finishes will be different. So for example, this is just a normal prime miniature. This is based with coal black from Pro Acryl. And you can see that there is a slight difference. This one is far more matte. Or, well, they're both pretty matte, but you can see how it's a bit different. You see that? I remember you fully painted an Iron Warrior with Black Legion colors. Not fully painted. No. So here's what we're going to do. Starting from a black prime, we're going to be dry brushing dark warm gray from Pro Acryl. I'm just kind of winging this. We're going to see how things end up looking. But I so far like this step. I'm just taking my dry brush, just a small flathead. This brush is really old. I really ought to get a new one. But we're going to take a little bit of that. Get to a point that not very much is coming off. Yeah, we want no streaks. We just kind of want like almost a dusty effect. Very good. Okay. And now I'm just going to go around the mini trying to catch all the edges. For things like the shoulder pauldrons, I might stipple a little bit just on where the light would catch. So like a bit of here, bit here, just to add a little subtle volumetric highlights. Taking a little more paint. I'm not worried really about going up or down on this. I'm worried about catching the edges. You can see I'm holding the miniature in different ways to achieve that, because I always want the brush to be catching those edges, not the flat parts. If a little bit goes on the flat parts, that's fine. Also, with these spheres, we're going to add a little bit onto the the very top parts. Just, again, for some very subtle volumetric highlights. Not fully painted, but it has the base coats with gold trim. That was a test, and also to show the gold trim method that I would be painting. I'm being very light with this step. Because we do not want the miniature to look gray. If it looks a little gray, that's fine. But we don't want it to be like, it's now a gray legion, you know what I mean? We're just looking to catch those edges. See how I'm going to the side just to catch that little ridge? These sorts of brushes, the flathead ones, or the square ones, I should say, very good for doing tanks, I imagine. I'm not worried about catching the bolter, because we're just going to make that into a different color later. I want a little bit on the crotch plate. Want the legs to be a little more highlighted, just to really show off those ridges. And of course, well, we don't have to worry too much about the feet, because obviously when we base these, we're going to want to kind of cover the feet, probably with some pigment powder. But you know. If the brush is starting to give off like a bit of dust, that's okay. I actually prefer that sort of texture, the sort of chalkiness. Here. Let me turn the light to where it kind of looks like what it looks like in real life for you guys. Because the camera is adjusting the lighting, so this is sort of what it looks like in real life. You can see how those highlights are pretty subtle, but they're just enough to where I'm satisfied. We're going to clean off our dry brush. How do you clean off a dry brush? Well, just like any other brush, except instead of being very gentle and rolling it like that, we're just going to, you know, it's a dry brush. You can be rough with it. I would also recommend, do not buy miniature dry brushes like the ones that are advertised like for miniature painting, and I'll tell you why. Because they are ludicrously expensive for something you can just go to like a makeup store or like even a general store and go to the makeup aisle and just get for like $2. Do not buy ones that are like, this is for miniatures. Don't do that. We're going to wait for this step to dry, because even though we are dry brushing, the paint still needs time to actually dry. I'll give an example. I usually dry brush the final step of my ultramarines as well, And as you can see, the difference between these two is a little different. Look at like Calgar's fist here. Sorry, not Calgar. But look at Calgar's fist here and see how there's like these white blue highlights here and there. And you see how this guy, they are there, but they're a lot subtler. And also there's a bit of splotchiness, especially on the pauldrons. This is because after I dry brush this guy, I immediately moved to a wash. And so that dry brushing just immediately got wiped away on some of the parts. And it's not a bad thing, you know. But this is to show, hey, even though you're dry brushing, take a second. Now, we're probably going to move on to the working metals. So we're going to start with magnesium from Vallejo Metal Color. It is a very dark paint. It's, I would say it's a little darker than not Stormhost Silver. That's a very bright color. A little darker than Lead Belcher, like an Iron Warrior's equivalent. And we're going to use this to base all of the working metals. And what we're going to do... I'm thinking... Where's a good brush for this? We'll use you, because you were the wrong way. We're probably going to base the arms of the backpack all in metal. So that'll all be metal. All of the cables... We're not going to do the rivets right now, and the only reason being is that we can just dot those with a silver later. Obviously, the back of the greaves, we're doing in a metal color. The bolter is all going to be this color. Except for the actual casing. We're going to make that into hazard stripes. I'm very excited to do the hazard stripes. Very, very, very excited. Cables on the head. Not a whole lot, honestly. Not a whole lot to do. But, magnesium. Shake it up. If I ever paint Ultramarines, it's going to be with the 2nd edition paint scheme. Oh, you mean like the really, really bright blue? And like yellow? Are you going to go yellow or gold for the trim? Yellow. Cool. Very, very cool. Once upon a time, I wanted to do that with my Ultramarines. And I eventually decided against it. And now I just have a very gold as the trim. Yesterday we painted... Well, we finished Calgar. But I'm very happy how the gold looks. I'm very happy how he came out. And I will be using him as a Gravis captain because his profile as Gravgar no longer exists, which is whatever. Patterns like the stripes scare me. Here's the secret. These are Chaos guys. Do you think they're going to paint anything like in perfectly straight lines? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're going to figure out what to do. Well, for now, working metals. Okay. Magnesium. Watch how liquidy this is. Boop. I'm just doing one drop because this paint is very, very thin. Look at that. Look at that. The thinnest metallic I ever did see. I like to make the stripes look dirty. Oh, don't you worry. The stripes are going to look dirty. This entire dude is going to look dirty. I'll give you an example. This is another test we did yesterday, just to see how it would react. But, like, see this shoulder pauldron? That's what he's going to basically look like at the end of this. We could go really heavy and make it look like this, but I don't want that. So it's going to be more akin to that. Let's get some working metals. First up, the bolter. Tell you what, I do love me a bolter. I was thinking about the other day, I was just like, that's just I'm not a gun person. I'm really not. But like bolters, just as a weapon, really cool. I think it's the shape. It's the shape of them that gets me. Big and blocky. Unwieldy looking. If you are enjoying the music today, this is all from the Final Fantasy XIV soundtrack, a game I love very dearly. And a game I desperately need to get back into. Because it's been a minute. We're not going to bother painting the back of the bolter, because who the hell is going to look at the back of the bolter? I say, as somebody who watches this stream and eventually plays me in real life, is going to be like, let's see the back of your bolters. Judge, I refuse to play this person. The back of their bolters are not painted. Fuck. Fuck, I knew it! The thing with what we're going to be doing as a step with the unifying wash, you always want to go a bit brighter than you think you do. These highlights with the gray is like kind of bright compared to the black, but that's a thing that's going to suit our purposes. Because when we add that wash that's going to darken everything down, that brightness is going to really shine through. And so when we do these metals in a pretty bright silver, and we darken all that down, it's going to look really, really, really cool. And who knows, maybe we'll do a different silver when the time comes to paint the full army. Maybe we do like a mix of this silver and black. And maybe that's actually what we go with. And this guy just has like weirdly bright working metals because maybe he maintains them more. There's always little ways to make your brain goblin happy. Let's do the back of the legs. Good morning, my love. Good morning. How are you feeling? I hope you had the most wonderful of sleeps. We just got started. We've done a dry brushing step. Now we're just coloring the working metals. I showed chat the turntable you got me. I'm very excited to get batteries for it and to use it in like a video or something. I'm very, very excited about that. Immediately everybody's pointing, oh my god, it's Carrie! Okay. She carries the show. I'm not sorry. I didn't sleep very well, but I've got a good coffee to sip, and I can just nap all day after the appointment if I need, so I'll be all good. That's good, my love. I'm gonna wait for that to dry. And then we're gonna work on that bolter. That is a really bright silver. No one knows my accidental pun. I did. I ignored it. You could tone it down. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Does the turntable not just plug in? It does. There is a battery option. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a bit of a test. Coal black. Boop. One drop. Magnesium again. Boop. Make sure that's mixed. Let's see what this looks like. Let's test it on the backpack. Maybe 2 parts coal black, 1 part magnesium. Boop. Kind of better already. Yeah, I'm liking the darker one. 2 parts coal black, 1 part magnesium. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I have an idea. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna touch all these back up. I don't care if it's perfect because metals in the light anyway are weird. And ultimately, I am the god of this miniatures universe. And what I decide light does is my choice. What's the quote? The laws of time are mine to control or whatever. Psychotic episode. Fits the rest way better now. Yeah, here's what I plan to do. If it's a little too dark by the end of it, we'll add a little bit of a highlight onto some of it. But yes, I agree. It's a little duller. It's still metallic. But here's what we can do. We can add a dry brush. But I'm honestly not too worried about it. Yeah, I like this. This fits much, much better. I've been added somewhere. I will also say this, chat. It does look brighter for you. In real life, it's a little different than what the camera sees. Which reminds me, do you know why a lot of GW paint schemes, when you actually try to paint them, they look so different from the box art? Even though you're using the exact same paints that the AV Metal team did and the same techniques, I'll tell you why. And you can see it on their website. It's because they boost the saturation way the hell up. They hella boost the saturation. But when you go to the, like, turning the miniature into 3D space, it goes to what it actually looks like. It's just neat. You get to see that, you know? Why? Marketing. You want bold colors for your advertising? Honestly, might not even add a highlight to this. It already looks really, really good. Oh, we forgot about the head. At this stage, we haven't painted anything on the helmet other than these pipes, so I'm not worried about getting this on the helmet. Yeah. Much better looking. I especially like it how it looks on the bolter. It's like making the burger shinier in ads. You're right. Yeah, this looks way cooler. The bolter especially. 3-foot rule. You know what? Let's do it. Let's add a very, 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 very small highlight with a dry brush. Just to like the bolter and the backpack. That's it. I love the old Hammer / Rogue Trader minis with the blindingly vivid colors. I wonder if you can still paint. If you could still paint like that. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Hello, Hopla. Welcome. Observe the progress. We're working on the working metals. Remember, chat, we're doing a lot of this on the fly. We're working through the experimentation process. Yesterday was the start of it. Today is like putting it into an actual practice. This is like practicing like what does the army painting look like? What are some steps we can get rid of? What are some steps we can add? I'm taking not Pro Acryl, Vallejo Silver. Make this into a dry brush. Okay. And that's it. But now you can see kind of an edge highlight there. So Ava, having slept on it, the Iron Warriors box is not a bad patrol box. It's a decently good Chaos Marine box. It just sucks as an Iron Warrior box. I can agree to that. But even then, I don't know. I think most of my opinions come from the fact of the Warpsmith. I think the Warpsmith is what's really throwing me. But I would agree to that. I'm going out this week to get my first set of brushes, paints, and some figures. Any recommendations? These streams inspired me. Thank you very much. Well, let me tell you this. You don't need expensive brushes. You don't. These, I got a pack. These are all synthetic brushes. I've never used real sable hair brushes or anything like that. And as long as you take care of them, of which I don't take care of them a lot, they're like $10 for a pack of them. I would get those. I would buy some makeup brushes if you want to get into dry brushing. You want to look for like ELF brushes or... Wow. Oh my god. Dusty. But you want to look for brushes that are cheap. You don't need expensive brushes, especially when you're just starting out. It looks like you're whacking him hairless cat style. Just fucking. If you're asking in terms of recommendations for miniatures, get whatever is cool for you. I legit thought you were going to say most of my opinions come from Reddit. That's a really funny thing to say, though. That's really fucking funny. So what we're going to do next is those hazard stripes. We're going to need bold titanium white. Where are my yellows? Good news, chat! I have a single yellow paint. It's Ariel Yellow. ELF makeup brushes are great and super cheap and sold at Walmart. Yep. Get the minis you enjoy. It'll make whatever you get more enjoyable to build, paint, and display. Yes, absolutely. If you think Ultramarines are awesome, get some Ultramarines. If you think Demons are awesome, get some Demons. If you think Chaos Space Marines are awesome, yeah, go for it. And let me be very clear. It's okay to change your mind. It's okay to get some Space Marines and go, actually, I hate painting these. It's very easy to go into buyer's remorse with this hobby, especially with how expensive it is. So do not don't beat yourself up about it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. There should be an Iron Warrior Yellow TBH. It's just kind of an ochre into a bright yellow. I'm just making sure. There's a Citadel paint that I transferred into this, but it's going to be very thin. I am going to change out our water because there are... Look at all those metallic flakes. And we don't want our bolter to be looking metallic. Now, at least not where the... You know, where the actual paint's going to be. Metal juice. I need to point out, for some reason, I can moderate Carrie's messages despite her being the lead mod. No idea. Ava, let the intrusive thoughts win. No. I've never had an urge, nor will I ever have the urge to drink paint water. They have the word... Oh, they have the Imperial Fist paint. Here's the thing. Yellow is notoriously hard to color. It is notoriously, like, one of the most difficult paints to actually work with because the pigment is not very strong. Necrons are one of the easier armies to paint. They really are. They really, really are. Although, with that said, this all depends on your personal paint scheme. If you, I'll tell you what. You make some, like, silver Space Marines, that's pretty easy to paint, honestly. It all depends on, you know, your application, your methodology. I'm gonna go change this out. BRB. For Necrons, if you want army-ready metallic paint, some white, some neon paint, and some highlights, and those are easy picks for speed painting. Oh, of course. Comparing my Tau's paint scheme to my Necron's paint scheme, 100% easier to paint Necrons to Tau. Then again, my Necron scheme is simpler than my Tau one. Yeah, absolutely. All right. The paint is dry. Now, we're going to start with the bolter, doing the hazard stripes, just to see how we feel. And then if we want to do, like, a leg, or... Yeah, I'd probably just do this leg. Just like this panel. We'll see how we feel. You could be a goat and do NMM Necrons with OSL. You could! But why would you want to? No, I think NMM... non-metallic metal is a perfectly valid technique. It's a really cool effect when you do it right, but it is so easy to mess it up. Okay. We're using Pro Acryl Bold Titanium White, and I have not thinned this paint down. This is straight out of the bottle over the bolter. Now I'm going to add just a drop of water, just because I want a little bit of a smoother application. We are going to do 2 coats of this, though. We're going to let that fully dry, and then we'll do another coat. You know, it's crazy that Iron Warriors don't have their own Iron Warriors Trader Guard upgrades, but the Red Corsairs do. Why would they? As far as I'm aware, Iron Warriors don't really use Trader Guard. Yeah, their whole deal is like demon engines and stuff. Here's my only, like, you need to buy this paint. I think you can buy any paint that you want. This is the best white on the market. Hands down, this is the best white paint on the market. Give it another, like, couple seconds. Okay. Adding some water. A little more water. Most of it off. If there's a few brush strokes, I'm not worrying about it, and I'll tell you why. I actually kind of like how the brush strokes look on the Mini. It gives like a really neat texture. Also because we're going to be layering another paint over this, so I'm extra not worried. I got a vortex mixer for that reason. Fair enough. Tell you what, the white bolter is quite striking against black armor. That's why the Iron Hands use it. Anyone know where that head is from? This is from the Khorne Berserker kit, but I have clipped off his ears and have shaved it to make it look like a normal Legionary head. That's why it looks like that. I use a massage gun to mix paints. Yep. What are your thoughts on word bearers? Personally, I love their full adoption of chaos, not just as a source of power, but as a religion. Originally, my army was word bearers. This demon prince was fully painted as a word bearer demon prince with wings, but obviously that's changed. Yeah, this kit is a full, like, kit bash. It's Death Guard, Legionaries, and Berserkers all mixed. In fact, this shoulder pad is also from the Khorne Berserkers. I just remembered I shaved off the Khorne icon. Okay. Ah! Exploded. But we're okay. We're all right. Oh my god. Quickly looking around to make sure yellow's not, like, on anything. We'll soldier on Iron Warriors over Word Bearers then. This is not Iron Warriors. We're doing Black Legion. This just happens to be an Iron Warrior within the Black Legion. And I'll tell you why. Because black and gold is fucking awesome. That's why. Favorite ice cream flavors, vanilla. Yeah. It really just comes down to, wow, I really like the color blue. Wow, black and gold are really awesome as a color scheme. Wow, that's all it is. It literally just, it's as simple as that. That's a yellow. I like it. It's probably going to be the yellow I use if I ever collect Imperial Fists. For Horus Heresy, that is. For Horus Heresy. I like this yellow. For you, it's a lot brighter. Let me show you what it looks like more in real life. This is it. This is far closer to what it looks like in real life. That is yellow. I'm personally going for pre-Heresy Word Bearers look with the dark gray and gold trim and red as a tertiary color. Oh! Based. Based, bro. Based. Yes, man. Yes. Let's do another coat. Some of the yellow got into the recess, but that's okay. If things get into the recesses because of what we're going to be doing with the unifying wash later, I am literally not worried about it. Also, if there are some brush mark textures, yeah, there would be. He painted it. Like, yeah, of course. It's too early to be alive. Hello, it's 10 a.m. Good morning. Did Carrie leave? Or is she still waking up? It's about 8 o'clock for her, so she's going to be heading out soon. 11/11. That's the day Skyrim came out. Remember? I painted Nemesis Claw in my Iron Warriors colors recently. Realized that silver Night Lords with hazard stripes is exactly my vibe. Dude, the dark blue with silver, way cooler than the brass they have, in my opinion, for 40k. This with the dark blue and then the silver. Oh! Remember when Bethesda released Elder Scrolls games? Yep. Yep. Oh. Sorry about that. All right. Let's add some black stripes. Okay. So I've never done this before. So bear with me, please. If I go off camera, it's just because I'm trying to be careful. Bear with me. Bear with me, please. I use masking tape because I'm a coward. That's fair enough. Me? They call me the risk taker. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was very confused when I went to your shorts and sorted by most popular. Oh, yeah. Nice, Ava. Knew you could do it. It helps that I'm, like, you know, my job is focused around, like, doing art in general. Now, here's what we're going to do. Watch this. Watch this. We're going to make the paint pretty thin. I'm only going to take a little bit. I'm going to take my tiniest brush. I'm going to take my tiniest brush here. Adding a few dots here and there near the black paint to imply that the paint is chipping off. Yeah. Thoughts on the new boxes revealed the other day? Most of them, bad. The Space Marine one, good. We're going back to our dark silver mix. It's still workable because of how thin Bayo's paints are. Just very carefully gonna go over any of the parts that I don't want to be hazard stripey. Just general cleanup. Let's give you guys a clear view. Closer to what it looks like in real life. Awesome. Awesome, dude. Yes. That looks sick. That looks so sick. Would you want 2 executioners? Maybe. I don't really have any lists that involve vehicles at all. It's sort of an alien world to me. Ava. Hello, Vivi. Good morning. We're using dark bronze. Time to post it to the Iron Warrior subreddit so you can be praised. Look, I freehanded some hazard stripes. I'm actually very happy how those turned out. I'm very, very happy how those turned out. I think maybe you should death watch it and have the shoulders match their OG legions. That was the intention. I don't know about doing it over the flat shoulder pad, though. I think, like, just this is enough. Like, in a squad, like, far away. Hold on. POV, you don't have glasses on? Ava, my dude, my guy, my girl, my they, them, homie, you should really consider grabbing a vehicle or 2 to balance out your army. No, I don't want to. Have you considered, however, Forge Fiend? Oh, of course. Get a Hellbrute. You fools! When I bought this army off of my friend, when I bought his Chaos Space Marines, he already had a Hellbrute! You fools! Small boy, I hate him. This is my son. He has every disease. I hate him. Hellbrute is vehicle. This is true. I also hate him. Procryl Dark Bronze. Dark Bronze, everybody. Give it up for Dark Bronze. Get another. No. I do not like the Hellbrute. I do not like the Hellbrute, Sam I Am. I think the Hellbrute looks stupid, Sam I Am. Dark Bronze, everybody. Give it up for Dark Bronze. I can print you the old one. You mean the one from the 6th edition box? That one is cool. What about the incoming new Defiler? That's a cool mini. But does it look stupid derogatory? The Hellbrute does. I do not like the Hellbrute. I think they look silly and stupid. Not silly in a fun way. Silly in like a I hate this kind of way. Let's try it. Let's try it, chat. What's the point of doing streams if we're not going to be taking some chances? I need a bigger brush. There should be an Ogren book.
Sir says I shouldn't go to the front lines, whatever that means.
We need a new looking Hellbrute. Rumor has it that is coming. It is one of the older demon engines now. Ava, do you think paint streams are good to help build confidence? It helps me with my motivation. It gives me something to do to zen out in the morning with y'all. It's crazy how much better the CSM shoulder pads look to the lowest one with just a slight divot and more trim on the bottom. What about Rubric Dreadnought? Do not like. It's helping me paint a lot. That's honestly the purpose of these, is to help you guys paint more. I want, it's like a what's it called? There's a symbiosis happening. Hellbrutes are not demon engines, are they? No, they're not. They're dreadnoughts, but not dreadnoughts. They're like, whatever the fuck. I don't care. Some lore thing. Who cares? The model doesn't look good. I don't like it. Person wearing Hellbrute is my #1 favorite model shirt. What? Like mutated dreadnoughts, right? Yeah, they're like, yeah. I got the water filter working that Carrie got me. Water tastes like water now. It's crazy. The water tastes like water, man. Stay hydrated. I shall. Still drying. I layered it a little thick, but that's okay. You know what? I'm satisfied with this coat. We're going to do yellow next. Water tastes like water. You don't understand until you drank Kansas tap water. You actually don't understand. Someone from Kansas right now is listening to this and going, dude, what? What the fuck you mean your tap water tastes like water? Ava, I'm getting that CSM Combat Patrol. The Iron Warriors one? No. The Night Lord one? Or the one that I have with the Possessed and the Master of Possessions? Oh, Red Corsair is also a new one, yeah. My friend is giving me the one from the Combat Patrol magazine with the Hellbrute. Oh. Cool. What is happening? What is... I'll tell you what, I really like how Aerial Yellow looks. But it's a yellow paint. Okay, we're gonna do at least maybe 2 or 3 coats of this. If Ava don't ignore me this stream, that would be cool too. Dude, I'm literally doing something. I'm sorry. We did get like 3 new ones, all of them of the old shitty Rhino. No. The one with the actual character who does stuff with vehicles, that one doesn't have a Rhino on it. Okay, I don't mean to ignore you. I'm just busy. I'm doing stuff. Stop! I'm doing something! We respect rhinos. I do respect rhinos. I don't have a rhino, but I respect them. You know what still makes me mad? Tell me. Tell me. You know what really grinds my gears? The sisters have a rhino. What about predators? Dude. Here's the perfect Iron Warrior Combat Patrol box. Ready? It's the same one, but you drop the Terminators, put a Predator Annihilator. Done. You're done. Give us a new Chaos vehicle. My life is yours. No. I'm over here. I've got my shirt on that says #1 vehicle hater. No! No! No, don't do it! #1 infantry enjoyer. No! To be fair, sisters need a thing to keep them from getting squished while trying to close the distance. That is true. They are very squishy. But somebody who just got into Warhammer 2 weeks ago through somebody complaining about women being in a faction will tell you with a straight face that they're just as strong as Astartes. Why, you know they're just as... No, they're fucking not. Ugh, Predators. I just wish we had a cool demon engine for like 130 points. Now it's the Hellbrute Chudling Forge Fiend for far more points, or the Predators, which is just a tank. I want demons. Fair enough. But Ava, 10-foot range? That's a Horus Heresy thing. That's different. That's a Titan killer. You want sisters to have their own vehicle. Like, why would they get Space Marine equipment? I understand that. Oh, Carrie, my love. Managed to shower and wash my hair. Got my auto shirt on for good luck and my shrine token for warding off evil from Japan. I'm on my way. Good luck, my love. Relax. And stay safe. A sister's Chimera would be cool. All right. Time to thin the paint. What the hell are you doing? I'm thinning the paint. Okay, well, I better not catching you doing anything like losing a medium. Okay. Aren't you supposed to be doing black hazard stripes or something? I want the thing the Lord Discordant is writing on. I hate the Lord Discordant. It's not for any reason other than I personally do not like that mini. I just don't like it. I'm not saying it's bad or it's poorly made or it's like poorly sculpted. I think it's a beautifully sculpted mini. I do not like it. I do not like it, Sam. I am. I don't know why why the guy from Green Eggs and Ham is becoming fucking I am once again asking for you to not recommend Green Eggs and Ham to me. Oh, Bernie Sanders and Green Eggs and Ham. Sam, I am. This is the 4th time I've told you I do not enjoy the Green Eggs and Ham. I would ask you to politely leave my property. I'm finally on my final Death Guard model from Christmas. That's awesome. That's a feat. I can't believe I thought I could freehand the Carcharodon's logo. That's a tough one. That's why when someone asked me yesterday, they were like, are you going to freehand the Ultramarine symbol? I was like, no. No? What are you, crazy? You need to bring up the percentages for the full impression. 20% of Americans who eat green eggs and ham turn out to be gay. I am not gay, Sam I am. Samus is coming. Oh, man. Eat green eggs and ham. Then your paints, yeah? The Metroid. Oh, the Metroid Samus, not the demon. Not the demon. Still drying. So what happens when you don't apply yellow over a white or just a lighter color? It's kind of hard to see for you guys, but what happens is yellow over black will make it look green. Which if that's what the look you're wanting, go for it. But typically you want it over a white primed mini. Chaos black. Chaos black. Yellow. Dry brush. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How does yellow on black make green? It's because yellow... Okay, we're getting into pigments and how pigments work, and I do not have the research at the top of my mind or the information at the top of my mind to really explain it in detail. It's just... So what I can tell you now is that's just the way it is. Color theory. Yeah, not exactly. It's mostly pigments. The United States will feed everyone to... No! The United States will feed everyone to the Metroid to stop the bounty hunter Samus! Nasty woman. Everyone's saying a nasty woman. Chad, I've never played a Metroid. I've never played a Metroid, but I will say I did see in Metroid Dread there was that cutscene where like a big like alligator alien is like looking at her and it's roaring and like she's just staring at it and already charging the shot. Like that is fucking awesome. That's so sick. That that's so awesome. Garzo 7 to a bar. Not natural! Is it pink a good base for yellow? Yes. Don't play 4, it's not great. Oh, I don't really care about Metroid Prime. I care about Dread. Though Dread is the one that I'm looking at going like, that looks awesome. Most black pigments are just really dark blue/green, and yellow paints tend to be really thin, so they layer, so the layer below bleeds through and becomes green. Correct. Thank you. Thank you. We've learned something today, chat. Yeah. This is why when you get into blacks, there's a lot of weird ways that you can highlight them, and also ways that you can mix them as, sorry, I have to squint to see your username. As Luke Goober says, usually they're like a dark blue or a dark green. Sometimes they're a dark brown. But it all depends. Like, contrast paints. Black Templar is a blue-black, whereas Black Legion is a brown-black. When you thin them out, like if you actually took the contrast paint and you thinned it out on like a white sheet or like a, you know, like a canvas, you would actually be able to see the other pigments of like a slight blue, a slight brown. You get the idea. All right, let's do one more thin layer of Aerial Yellow. Just a very, 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 very thin layer. There's a bit of texture in this, and I think it's because my dry palette has some paints that are like flicking off, which is fine. again, texture is not an enemy here. I'm just happy we're attempting the stripes. I mean, I'm very happy how that looks on the bolter. I'm very excited to see how we do it for the shoulder pad. And I think what we're going to do... I'm trying to plan it out in my head. I think what we'll do... Tape? No. This was not with tape. We're not going to do tape for this one. We're doing it raw. We're doing it live, chat. We're doing it live. Here's what we're going to do. I started from the edge of the bolter here, and then I went from left to right. And here, I think we'll do something similar. I think we'll start like there, or... Big surface will be hard without tape. I could do it. We'll do the middle. We'll do the middle. Then one on the left, one on the right. Then we'll go from there. Are you an Iron Warrior because you have safety stripes, or do you have safety stripes because you're an Iron Warrior? The second one. I don't know if there's an actual reason for the hazard stripes, but the fan canon, from what I can understand, is that they think it's really, 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 really funny. Rotate the nail, not the brush. You're right, Carrie. You're right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and we're basically just going to... You know? Okay. The paint is dry. Boy, there's a lot of layers on there, but that's okay. Not a bad thing. I think Purdy wore headbands with black and yellow, like Greek/Macedonian style. Huh. I know we have, sorry, screw whatever I was going to say. We have to focus now. Tiny brush time. Tiny brush time. Ava, my cat wanted to let you know she says meow. Good. I'm happy with that. It's not perfect, but it doesn't have to be. You know what time it is, chat? Do you understand what time it is? It's time for trim, baby. Put these away. I'm getting the instinct to be cautious around his shoulder. Careful! Careful! I'm passing by. Trim time. Gary is wise. Ava, loud is funny, Lynn Davies. I didn't mean to, like, peek the mic, but here we are. I have the mic up really loud. You know why? Because I mumble. They call me the mumbler. I'm cracking a window open. I'll tell you why. It's because this stuff is thinned with isopropyl alcohol. You don't really want to be breathing that stuff into your lungs all the time. They call you the meeper, not the mumbler, but I do be mumbling though. That shoulder has got to have silver trim. We'll see how it looks. Because remember, this gold is gold. I think it'll look fine, chat. Ava hates all of us. That's factually not true. Are there good dragon miniatures out there to paint? Yeah? There are many dragon miniatures out there in the world. Go and find one that calls to you. Ava kills me all the time. Risk has all the things they like crapped on. What happy times. Vivi gets hit with gaslighting and ignore. I am... I don't hate any of you. And all of you are like... You know what you all are? You're all cats. You're all like, I don't have 100% of Ava's attention. I'm gonna die. It's happening. It's finally happening. Here's the big one. Helldivers is getting a new Warbond this month. Cool. I'm only focusing on painting what we can actually see. So, like, you'll notice I stopped at, like, this point of the arm. Because when you're on the table, you're not going to see that. Oh, Helldivers is getting shovels. That's fun. I legit thought shovels were old news. Yeah, I mean, I found a shovel when I was playing the other day with a friend. We found some shovels, we dug. It was awful. Not awful because of the shovels, but it was awful because of the situation we were in. Bad, bad, bad situation. They are, but you can't have them in your loadout. Ah. Starting class need to head out. Shoot me an at the photo of the final one. I will do so. Have a good time. See ya. That's really good gold. What's paint? Veo Liquid Metal Gold. The best gold I've ever used, hands down. You do have to be a little careful with it, because it is like liquid. But you can thin it down with some isopropyl alcohol if it starts to dry out. Even though it's a bit hard to get used to. It's by far, like, the best metallic I've ever used. It is absurdly good. Just make sure when you're using it, because you are using isopropyl alcohol, make sure you have a window open. I have one open right next to me. Couldn't find it in my new country, sadly. That's unfortunate. I think they do shipping worldwide. Veo. You know? If not, I'm sure there are alternatives. At least I hope so. If only there was a chrome version. They do have a silver, but they don't have chrome. Chrome's a bit tricky. I think Green Stuff World has like a chrome paint, but the way it works is that it'll actually smooth out the miniature. Like, what I mean by that is, like, you're supposed to put on one really, really, really thick coat of it to the point where you are obscuring detail. Oh, fuck. Oh, we'll clean that out. I accidentally put it in the water. I don't know if any of the water actually got on the brush, though. Getting on a plane now. Goodbye. Have a good flight. It's just crazy to me that this is all one coat. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what we would be doing here if this wasn't the paint I could use. Imagine that was a milestone we had for the GoFundMe before you guys, like, absolutely had crushed it. Oh yeah, Ava has to paint a full CSM army, but can't use, like, anything other than Citadel paints. I would have cried. I would have cried. That gold is cheating. Yes, it is. But I've got like over 100 miniatures to paint, so I will take what I can get. Okay, now the hard part. The Mark III trim. Hey, chat. What color should the waistcloth be? I was thinking about red, but I was also thinking maybe a brown. You know? I think brown could be interesting. How do you wash off your metallic paints from your brush properly? There's always some left in the bristles for me. This one, you're just going to use IPA, but for regular acrylic metallic paints, what you're going to want to do is get some brush soap. I tend to use Pro-Acryl. They call it, like, goop or something. I've used it. I quite like it. But you can probably find cheaper alternatives. But just buy that. Follow the instructions. Your brush will look good as new. I'm so blown away how quick the goal was reached. I mean, you're telling me. I literally went up to Carrie and I was like, it's done. She went, what? But you know, like, that's just because we have such a kind and caring community. I wouldn't have it any other way. Like, we ran it on our live stream for a week or two. And while that was awesome, like when the video came out, holy shit, you know? Like, it just exploded. Maybe white for the cape? I don't know. I don't know about white. It's a little too clean for me. So glad to see the report you received and the video you made. Thanking the community had me in tears. I mean, yeah, like, you can kind of hear it in my voice in that video, but like when Carrie started crying, like it took a lot, because I didn't want it to turn into like both of us just like in tears. Like I in that moment I was like, I have to be strong, and then we cried after. A friend of mine just told me he bought a copy of Fantastic Four issue 5 for $7,000. What? There's a fun difference between main channel Ava and stream Ava, though. Elaborate. I do go for like a, not a different persona, but you know what I mean, like a, the way I am intending to entertain the audience changes. Stream Ava is a meeper. I mean, you're seeing me turn on the bits. Turn on the, you know, I gotta entertain y'all. I'm gonna see an article tomorrow going like fake streamer admits that they are manipulating their audience. You're much more sassy on stream. That's true. I am pretty sassy. I think that's it, chat. For the trim. It looks really yellow for you guys on camera. Or, well, it looks like almost orange. Like, it looks far more rich than it does in real life. It looks like actual gold in real life. Issue 5, is that valuable because of the first appearance of Doctor Doom? Ah. That makes sense. Chat, that's the trim. All that's left is some details. We gotta figure out what we're gonna do with the cloak. I guess we'll make it red. Give it like a really poppy red. I also need to use my red. Oh, it looks great. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Okay. Okay. Poppy red or red that pops? I have a teeny tiny bit of Mephiston red. And I need to use it because I need a justification to buy a different red. little bit did get in the water, so I'm going to change this out. I'll be right back. My dad collected the early Fantastic Four issues around 24 to 100, but of course his subscription had a gap around the time any valuable issue. Yeah. Such is life, right? We're gonna place this over there, water up here, pallet right here. I'm at the clinic. I'll see you all on the other side. Thank you again, creatures. I literally wouldn't be here without you. Oh, my love. My darling, my everything. Ooh. I can recommend something for no one to buy. Specifically these bottles. I got them off like a dollar store or something. Do not buy them. I don't like them. They explode every time I open a paint. But Mephiston Red makes up for it, man. Probably my favorite red. The best red, you're correct. It is real good. Unfortunately, the one I have is quite thin, because when I transferred it over to a bottle, I over-thinned it to heck. So it is going to take a few layers for us to get a good, solid red. But that's okay. Once again, if you're freaking out about any potential texture, texture is a thing we actually kind of want on this mini. We kind of want some texture. We are doing a grimdark art style. We want there to be, ooh, you know what we don't want? We don't want red on our beautiful black armor. Come to me, little red spot, come to me. Good. Not really a cape, is it? More of a loincloth? Yeah, but still. Some sort of fabric. Tabard, loincloth. Whatever. Give that a minute to dry. And then we'll do a second coat. That's a good red, though. Yeah, it wouldn't be Black Legion without some red loincloths. Oh. I keep trying to start painting, but I can't seem to get myself to do it today. Maybe I just did too much yesterday. What do y'all do to get past this feeling? Rest. I've talked about getting art block many, many times on stream. And every single time, the best thing to do is rest. Watch a movie, read a book. Something that is not art. You don't want to push yourself. Because if you're starting to do an art project and you don't like it, what are we doing here? You know? Where's my Evil Sun Scarlet? Aha. Hey, Destructive Midnight. I pushed myself through it too much before and didn't paint for a month because I was so burnt out. Yup. You gotta take it easy. These are pretty similar. We'll use pure red. We'll give it a shot. I got a little more of a time limit, so I can only do up to 3.5 hours a day. That's progress. Progress is progress. If you can only paint for 1 hour every day, but you paint 1 hour every day, you're doing like way more than the majority of people who are in this hobby. And that's not to put shame on anybody. That's just saying, wow, you're doing it. Oh, Mephiston Red is such a good color. Oh, it's such a good color, man. Come on. I do think I want to go back and add a few highlights to the metallics. Just a few taps and scratches and stuff. Nothing too crazy. But I think when we hit this with the enamel wash, it's going to really dim it down. So I want something that's like kind of scratchy. Such a pretty red. I know. I love Mephiston Red. I love Mephiston Red. I tend to paint more when the weather makes it uncomfortable to be outside. Otherwise, I'd rather be outside reading. That is the dream. Let's do another coat of Mephiston Red. Such a perfect color. As much as I do not like Citadel paints, their reds, ooh, their reds are real good. They nailed the red. A lot of miniature companies, I feel, or painting companies, they don't nail the red. I've seen like the army painter equivalent, quote unquote, of Mephiston Red. It's not the same. Mephiston Red just hits different, man. With how long you were shaking your bottles, I've realized I don't think I shake my bottles enough. I tend to overshake mine, but the thing is that you can't overshake the paint. You know what I mean? So, like, I'd rather overdo it than underdo it, you know? Dude, somebody in the comments called me the fuck out on the Vulcan video. They were like, I noticed this guy sometimes mixes up the letters in names or like sentences. Is he dyslexic? And I was like, oh fuck. Oh fuck. I fucking might be. I don't know. It's not a big deal if I am. Can you even overshake paint? No. No. This is why I shake it like it owes me money. I'm gonna like back down a little bit and catch y'all in the VOD. Brain needs rest, like Ava said. Good. Still if you around the gold, or the gold around the hazards. It'll look good when we get the wash on. It'll look good when we get the wash on. Are there any models that lend themselves to a cat aesthetic? Mindstealer Spherynx. That one Techless model from AOS. If I'm positive you are at minimum some flavor of neurodivergent, we gather like magnets. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying dyslexic. I still want a Cathay box and make a guard. Hell yeah. Yvrain has a cat, right? Yep, Yvrain has a cat. There are the felinids, which a lot of people interpret as like anime cat girls, but that's not the case. They're like cat people. Example from Vulcan vid. I apparently got the name of like Skatar Var. I misread it, and apparently I misread a different name. Dyslexia is some flavor of neurodivergence. There can be some overlap across diagnosis. I mean, fair, but I guess from my understanding, and this is a place of ignorance because I, you know, haven't really talked to my doctors about this. From my understanding, neurodivergence is like not dyslexia, but learn something new every day. I learned painting from my dad, and he always used a matchstick to stir some of the paint out of the pots, because shaking it spreads the paint all over the pot, and it gets to dry out and seal itself. Yeah. Ava is definitely ADHD. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I am diagnosed with ADHD. I talked to a psychologist for like 10 minutes, and she was like, yeah, I'm diagnosing you right now. I was diagnosed. I'm diagnosed right now. Look at that gorgeous red. Look at that gorgeous red. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. You know what? No, it's going to darken it down anyway. So here's what we're going to do. We're taking pure red. It's sort of an in-between of Evil Sun Scarlet and Wild Rider Red, which is fine. That's okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a very small, very old brush. See how it's all frayed and stuff? I'm going to wet it. Kind of like a dry brush. I'm just stippling. I'm being careful where the bristles are going because these ones are just so frayed. But I really want to focus it on certain folds. Give like kind of a transition almost. Also, the speckled pattern will make it look more dirty, which is something I want. And then what we can do, we can actually take a brush and replicate the effect. I actually don't like how GW highlights a lot of their cloaks. Like, I feel like they highlight them like armor. And I just do not like it, really. And with very thin paint, I'm trying to show you. I'm like doing little scratches and little dots. I'm just barely touching it. And this is adding some fake texture, some volumetric highlights. Here. You can see it better now. You see how there's that texture around, especially this fold, and how it's a lighter color. And then for the back, actually not going to worry about it. I'm happy with that. All right. We're almost to the unifying wash, but there's one more detail we need. We need these skulls and this head to be colored in. There's Tomb King Tan for both right now. How's the music, by the way, chat, compared to my voice? Especially when I'm mumbling. We're going to do the head and the skull on the ground. And then we're going to... we're going to do a little highlights with the metals. And then we'll do the unifying wash and then paint in the eyes. And that's pretty much it. Tomb King Tan by the Army Painter. Where's okay. Can't really hear the music, TBH, but that might be a me problem. Yeah, it's on there. You might just have me at a low volume, which makes sense. I am quite loud. Tell you what I do like. I do like that the Army Painter paints are quite thick. It's much easier to apply them because of that, but you do need to be mindful to thin them a little bit. Once again, I am speaking as somebody who, with the brushstroke texture, I like that, especially from a distance. I like seeing that bit of texture. What do you think about painting Thousand Suns? I mean, we've got rubrics. It's gonna happen. So it doesn't really matter what I think about it, because I haven't done it yet, but we'll get there. Painting this guy wasn't bad at all. I quite enjoyed painting this little Iron Warrior Black Legion fellow. I'm talking like we're almost done, but we kind of are. I enjoy the Death Guard since I can go in all of them, making them messier and dirtier. I really like Death Guard. Thousand Suns color or Black Legion? Black Legion. So what we'll probably do is, where's the wizard with the very tall hat? There he is. What we'll probably do is something similar to the Iron Warrior, what we did with... this is the plan, so this in practice this might change. I want to make some of the bars yellow. So it'll be alternating between like black, yellow, black, yellow, black, yellow, and then the gold trim around it. But again, that could change. Hey chat, I want to see Demon Prince. Bingus. It's Bingus! You want to see another Demon Prince? Look at this stupid little fucker. I love him. I love him. You know, I ordered this one, like, off eBay, like, right before the new one got announced. Let's do a comparison. Like, holy, bro. Talk about a glow up. He looks like he's from Mortal Kombat. He really does. What Chaos God are you going to convert the Demon Princess? Undivided. But I don't know. Like this one, I want them to have, like, burgundy skin. Like magenta burgundy. So we'll go with that color. It's going to be a little difficult to do the skin, but, I mean, I've painted it before. It'll be fine. The toughest part, I think, is going to be the, well, no, it'll be fine. I want to grab a bunch of Chaos models, but I need to get through the Nids and Rats first. Yep. Pace yourself. Pace yourself. Dry check. Needs another coat. So the skull's going to stay like that. But the head, we're actually going to move up to Ancient Stone. And then we need a purple wash. And then a red wash. Or like a Gilliman flesh type deal. Demon Prince looks like he belongs to Khorne. The Khorne head I actually quite like. I like the Khorne build you can do for the Demon Prince. Oh! Excuse me, I dropped the paint. Dude, we have heard the Void Arc like 18,000 times. 1 second. I do have some Khorne Blood Bowl guys, some work on those later. Need to clean my space first. Yeah. Keeping your space clean is a really important part of the hobby. I feel like it's kind of one of the unspoken things. Like, people don't really talk about it all that often from my experience. But I think it's very important to keep your space clean. M9. Is that the Dawn Trail stuff? Because I have not played Dawn Trail. I've been waiting to go through Endwalker with Carrie. I've gone through Endwalker, to be clear. I was caught up with everything. And I fell some patches behind because she started playing. And then I was like, oh, let's like go through the story together. And we've been going through the story together. She finished Shadowbringers. So now we got to go through Endwalker. Okay. Let's find a purple wash. Find a... Excuse me, my goodness, I need some water. Didn't find a purple wash, but I did find Megos Purple, which is essentially a wash. So, that should work out. I've also have some Flesh Terrors Red for the neck joint. Joint? Neck hole? Hole? Still drying a little bit. There is like a little maggot coming out of the little eyeball on that skull there, so maybe we can... what do we want to do for that? I'm gonna really thin down this brown. Basically Rhinox hide. I've been using a lot of it, so I don't really even need to shake it up all that much. Get a big amount of water. Get the majority of it off my brush. Clean my brush. Poke it a bit. Now, is that a maggot? Who knows? It's something. It's some detail on a little skull. Oops. Didn't want to take it away. Just wanted to tap it a little bit. Keep some of the texture there. I'm not too worried about details near the feet, considering we're going to be covering this guy in like a desert base. Not today. I don't have the basing materials. But eventually. Like, I'm not going to paint. This is supposed to be, I think, like a little bit of gross coming out of his leg. But we're not even going to paint it. Alright. I have here Magos Purple, contrast paint. Ooh. It kind of exploded when it came out, but that's fine. Taking a big brush of water. And I'm just mixing it into the paint. I want it to be very, 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 very thin. Okay. While waiting for that to dry, I've learned my lesson. Cool. We're going to take just a drop of Flesh Terror's Red. Probably a dumb question, but are there areas of a figure you don't paint or leave blank, not counting the underside of the base? If so, why? You'll notice that the back of the bolter is not painted, and I'm not going to paint it, because who's going to see it? Same thing with under the arm here. You'll see that the trim... Here, hold on. You'll see the trim just stops. Why? Because no one's going to see it. Same thing with this arm. The trim just stops. Why? Because no one's going to see it. You are looking at miniatures 3 feet away like this. And also, I guess in this scenario, you desperately need glasses. But that's why. These are not for display. These are not for a competition. This is for gaming. That's why. Wow, that is really bright. Just tapping a little bit with my damp brush just to take away some of it. And also it gives us a free highlight. Ew, icky. Okay. Most of this now is just detail work. Do I still have that brown on the palette? I do. It's kind of separated, but that's fine. Just mix it up again. And then... painting the stitched eyes. Got a little bit of the brown on the nose. That's okay. The damp brush, just take it away. We'll get the clamp on the mouth when we do the metallics right now. Okay. Nope, that's magnesium. Well, magnesium itself is pretty bright. How often do you think you get it off, gets said when fighting Nurgle? All the time. Like 90% of the time. All right. Pure magnesium. Boop. Okay, now I want that silver. We're just going to add some basic edge highlights to, well, where the highlights need to go. Boop. will I do these highlights for every single mini? Probably not. But for the sake of this test, why the hell not? Oof. Got a big splotch of silver on there, but that's okay. Just scratch it off with some damp. And it's pretty much gone. Something's happening. I don't know if you can hear the sirens. Okay. Ava, I can't move. My cat is asleep on my back. What do you want me to do about it? Meow. Get off. That did not work. Meow. Get off. How's it going, Ava? It's going good. Almost reached the final stage of our Iron Warrior. Do I want to go through all the rivets? No, I don't. I really don't. Are you going to get the Iron Warriors Combat Patrol? No. I'm assuming you just got here. No. Yesterday and today I've been talking about how, personally speaking, I think that new Combat Patrol sucks. What do you think Perturabo could have become if he didn't decide that it was Trader in time? I like to think that he would have created perfect infrastructure on every planet he conquered. No. I don't think that would have happened. I think Perturabo, no matter what, would never be happy with whatever situation he was in. Perturabo always wants more, and he's never satisfied with the things that he has. Which is why it's really interesting when you see him in 40k, he seems to have mellowed out a bit. Why can't just do a kill team instead? This was a goal, part of the milestones for getting Carrie the money for her treatment. So we're doing a full Chaos Army. Don't you like the upgrade sprue? Personally, I find it neat. I would rather just buy the upgrade sprue and not a combat patrol of units that I don't really want. 10 Legionaries, 5 Havocs, a Warpsmith, and 5 Terminators. A Warpsmith can lead... Like, the Warpsmith ability is around vehicles, and it doesn't come with a vehicle, so I don't know what the hell we're doing here. Please do a backflip live on stream. No. Oh, why can't they do a kill team instead for the Iron Warriors? They might, but it was cheaper just to make it upgrade sprue. I mean, essentially, that's what the Night Lords one is, too. It's more detailed, and there's more stuff to pick, but it's still an upgrade sprue. Can you make make the Iron Warrior do a backflip? Okay. Oh my god. Oh, he did it. Let me think. Let me think. What else needs to be done? We've got the twos. We've got the highlights. I don't want to do the... The tubes. The tubes. We'll do them in gray. If you could exercise one Primarch, who would you pick? What do you mean by exercise? Like banish from this mortal coil? Because in that case, I would assume you're talking about the demon Primarchs. Others got lucky because they got a kill team, which allowed them to get a better upgrade sprue. That's true. Also, I do think Night Lords largely are more popular than Iron Warriors. That could be false, but I think that's the way GW sees it. I have a brush that's not as big, but it's... this one will do. Remove demon from. Oh, I see. I mean, I think out of all of it, Angron deserves it the least. Like, there's a lot of tragedy there. But if I had to exercise one, like, get the demon out of... Yeah, Fulgrim. Fulgrim would be really interesting. I'd like to see what Fulgrim would do if he was loyalist. Magnus as well, yeah. It'd be interesting to see what all of these Primarchs do if they weren't controlled by deities, Emperor included. No, he's human though. My brother and the Emperor, you have been drinking the Imperial propaganda. He was not just a man, he was something far greater. Something that we don't even understand. Oh yeah, I like the tubes being gray. Yeah, that looks cool. Me like. In the books, it explains that when possessed in the last second, they realize how much they fucked up. Yeah. It's the last moment before they're forever damned. Painting like 100 Horus Heresy legionaries right now in orange. This is hell on earth. I'm sorry. Chad, if you don't really care about 40k literature or Horus Heresy literature, but you're like, maybe I'll check out Perturabo's book. Don't. I think that book makes Perturabo a insufferable character. Like the spikes. Me too. I think he's pretty much ready for the bath. We just gotta wait for him to dry fully. I just cannot care about Space Marines. I find them more interesting in Horus Heresy. I was going to be asked if you painting Night Lords, but no, we will. Chat voted on a kill team. The community at large chat voted on the kill team. So these guys are going to be... Excuse me, oh my goodness. They're going to be dark blue with the silver trim. It's going to be cool. I know, that's what I remembered. Oh, I see. Oil wash? No, enamel wash. Practically the same thing. Actually, I need to go check my dishwasher. I like Horus Heresy better than 40k. Genuinely, I like the smaller scale and no Xenos. I think Horus Heresy is more sci-fi. And I think as a game system, it's a lot cooler. Because it's just... You get to feel the flavor of your Legion a lot more. Where'd you get the body for the Iron Warrior? It doesn't look like stock standard Legionnaire body. This is a Death Guard body that I have heavily modified by removing things like the crotch spikes, the spikes on the chest, any tentacles that might appear. Especially one on here. There was one on his little butt plate, and you can still see a little bit of the sprue that I didn't manage to get. But again, 3-foot rule. You're not going to be able to see it, so it doesn't matter. The head is from a Khorne Berserker. The backpack is from a Khorne Berserker that I modified by taking the spheres and shortening the arms. This shoulder pad is from a Khorne Berserker that I shaved off. Well, the symbol on it I shaved off. This is just from the Legionary kit. The bolter and the arms are also from the Legionary kit. Chat, can I say I'm very proud of how the hazard stripes came out? I'm very proud. I'm very, very, very proud. Especially for it being my first time. I'm very happy. Very happy how they came out. 40k is much more better than 30k. I think it's normal to like it for different reasons. I like 40K a lot. I like it for different reasons. We'll see how it all looks when it's drowned in enamel wash, but you know. I think for a test scheme, we learned a lot. I'm very excited to see what he looks like when he's all drowned. Necromunda is much more better than 40K. We're just stating subjective opinions. Like, yeah, it's okay to like multiple game systems. You don't have to... Why we gotta put two bad bitches against each other? Like... Only one can be the best. Oh, so you mean Age of Sigmar, the best game system they've ever made. The faction variety 40K has is impossible for 30K to ever possess. That's not why I think people prefer Heresy over 40K. Horus Heresy lets you... it's for Imperium fans. So if you like the Imperium, you like Space Marines, you like Mechanicus, you like the humans, like the Solar Auxilian stuff, that's where you go. And you can pretty reliably play as your faction in a very flavorful way. Like every single legion has their own rules and their own little special blorbos, and it's really cool. And I like that. I like that Thousand Suns in Horus Heresy enchant their bullets on their bolters so that they hit like with extra armor piercing. Like that's really cool. I think Horus Heresy as a game system is awesome, but also I see it more as like a cool narrative thing rather than a game, whereas 40K to me is more of a game. You know what I mean? You're all wrong. It's Blood Bowl. Blood Bowl is fun. Would they ever make Warhammer that takes place in the War in Heaven? No. 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 I do not think that will be the case. If you do not like Space Marines, you will not care about Horus Heresy. 100%. 100%. If you're like, orcs are my ride or die, I love orcs, you're not going to like Horus Heresy. And that's okay. You don't have to. Best game system is Warhammer Fantasy. Disagree. Hard disagree. I think Old World is fine, but I think there are some rules in there that are like hella jank. And not clear whatsoever. But this is not exclusive to Warhammer Fantasy. This is across all their game systems, especially big systems like Old World. We need Gorka Morka back. No. Shame it's gone? No, it's not. Old World. Sorry, Warhammer Fantasy fans don't even ask to have their game back anymore. They just stare at you like this. Fantasy is cool. I've been tempted to get into fantasy. I've built some lists. I've read a lot of the rules. I just need to find time. I'd probably rock some Bretonnians. Because I play Chaos and, like, everything. The lore is better in fantasy. Tell me one lore thing about Age of Sigmar. This is not me trying to call you out. I just think you're trying to start arguments that no one is having. Not AOS. No, I know. I know. So you're... Wait, hold on. If I'm reading your comments right... Lord, you're saying the lore in fantasy is better than the lore for the old world, despite it being the same setting. Is that what you're saying? Because I feel that's confusing. Because it's the same place. It's like saying I like the lore of 40K, but not the lore of Horus Heresy. Like, you're just in a different time period. I think, notice this is subjective, the game's AOS is superior, but I prefer the setting of fantasy/old world and its rich history and limited scope. No, fair enough. I don't even disagree with you, Pandora. I think AOS has some really cool ideas. I think AOS is like my perfect, oh, I get to like feel the epic scale. You know what I mean? What I mean is I enjoy Warhammer Fantasy / the Old World lore more than 40K lore, my subjective opinion. That is fair. And I don't even disagree with that point. I think 40K is really fun, but I gotta tell you, chat. What's the difference between Old World, AOS, and Fantasy? Okay, let me put it on a timeline for you. Because it's literally just a timeline. Old World is like 200 or so years before Fantasy. And then Fantasy died. As in, like, the world ended. And then, like, billions upon billions upon billions of years later, AOS. It's a different universe because the Winds of Magic were released out into the void, and then they started to crystallize, and they made the Mortal Realms, and then Sigmar got there, and then it's a whole thing. No, but Lord, I do agree, but that's also just because I am way more of a fantasy girly. Like, I love fantasy. And everybody's going to come in here and be like, well, Warhammer 40K is like sci-fantasy. It's sci-fantasy. And I'm like, it's just not the same. Because I got to be real with you. Every time I read a 40K book, I'm kind of like, my eyes are glazing over when they start talking about the Adeptus Toitalicus. And I don't care. You know what's really cool? Saying, I took my sword and then I stabbed the beastman that was trying to kill me. Like, that's like, oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I took my bolter and then my crew with their las guns and their Adeptus Shiticus, and then they fired the bolt gun as fast as they could. All right, cool. All right. What about 40K? Where does it come in? Different setting. Different place. I do kind of see Space Marines as knights in space. They are. This is a knight in space. That's why I like them so much. Space Marine Timmy killed a demon prince bloodlord. Yes. But my introduction was Loken. Loken's cool. I think you just enjoy fantasy more, Ava. 40K has lots of that too. No, of course. I'm speaking about the pieces of media that I have personally interacted with when it comes to 40K fantasy, AOS, yada, yada, yada. And we've talked about it on the podcast too. Like, Carrie and I just prefer fantasy as compared to sci-fi. But that being said, who cares? Wait, no one. Why does no one care about Battlefleet Gothic? Because it sucks. Because it sucks, and you suck. No, it's not. It's just, it was a really niche game, and nobody, you know, like there's a fan base for it. But I personally, Navy, combat in space, don't care. I do not care. You could not make me care. Shut up. It's good. No, I definitely enjoy fantasy more, but like this is why the parts of 40k that are like more aligned with classic fantasy are really cool. I love Necrons. The coolest thing about Necrons to me is the fact that they have like such a cool medieval-ish hierarchy with their ranks and stuff. I think it's really, really interesting. Space Marines are just knights in space. I think that's awesome. And there's a lot of stories that I can definitely connect with. I like the Caiaphas Cain books. I will say, though, Caves of Ice, I've been kind of struggling to get back to. I've been kind of struggling. And I think that's mostly because I've been sick. And I've just been, like, you know, I need to get back to it, you know? What if the Navy boat's on water? Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me no care. Old World is similarly in fantasies. The Hobbit, AOS is Lord of the Rings. That's how I usually remember it. No, 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 no. AOS is like, what if Middle Earth blew up and then like 10 kajillion years later there was a new Middle Earth and it was actually like 9 Middle Earths and they were all like disc worlds. It's crazy. Chad, did you know the main currency in AOS is water? Specifically, life water? What is GW's Middle Earth thing? They just have a license for the Lord of the Rings movies to make a tabletop miniature game. That's it. Explaining Man of War and Dreadfleet to my grup. Me, 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 me. Me, me, me. What? Yeah. So the water from the realm of life can literally heal you. So it's the most valuable resource. And so when you walk up to a guy at like a merchant thing, he's not going to ask you for gold. He's going to be like, how much water you got? And you're like, oh, I've got like a gallon. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll give you this like really expensive meat for like 15 drops. You know what? Actually, price has gone up. We're going to go 4 quarts. It's crazy. If I remember correctly, that magic water can defeat chaos corruption. It can. The Realm of Life is insane. It's oil all over again. That makes sense, but it's really odd. This is the thing, is that AOS has like a lot of really interesting ideas. It's definitely high fantasy, but that doesn't mean that it's like any less grimdark than the other settings. It's way more similar to D&D than like Old World is compared to like, I was about to say like something like A Song of Ice and Fire, but that's not even. A Song of Ice and Fire is like the bottom of like low tier, low magic fantasy, you know? Whereas like, you know, fantasy has like dragons and shit, you know, there's tons of magic everywhere. It just depends on where in the world you are. Any plans for explaining AOS factions? Yes, the next one is going to be explaining the Mortal Realms. Game of Thrones, just a dick whiff of fantasy. Just a whiff of it. What is that aroma? AOS lore is awesome. The fact that Chaos and the 8 Winds of Magic and their realms are nearly equal is very cool. Oh, yeah. For example, if in fantasy the Empire loses a province, that's a serious blow. In 40k Forge World, Toaster blows up. Guys, trust me, it's really bad. The Imperium ain't recovering for that. The agenda must continue. The status quo will never be changed. I really do like AOS as like a... It seems, at least from 1st and 2nd edition, not so much 3rd, like the plot is progressing. Like there is a progressive narrative, and I think that's really fun. Like to the point where the end of the Soul Wars, which was the 2nd edition thing, Nagash changed how the Realm of Death works. Usually the way the magic works is that all of the magic is going outward because it's all discs, right? So it's going towards the edges. Nagash made it to where all of the Realm of Death magic is going inwards towards his Black Pyramid. So he basically jump-started his way to becoming like even more powerful. It's crazy. Currently though, Nagash is still banished, I think. I think he's still not manifested in the world again. Like, people can call upon his spirit to, like, take a shard of his power, and that's how you justify, like, Nagash is on the field and you can play as him. But, like, in lore, he's not manifested again. Ego's so big, he made a black hole of death magic? Yes. Yes, he did. Galmaraz could smash the chaos out of you. The five chaos gods are afraid of Nagash. It's awesome. I think the fact AOS has gods that are not like abstract beings that people are just praying to, but are like active players on the board is awesome. That's so cool. Is this Bone Tithe guy? Yeah, Nagash. The first Lich, the creator of necromancy. Bro made himself into a god just because he could. Like, it's crazy. Nagash is still out for the count. I don't own the Ossiarch Battles Home myself, but it says he is in there. Yeah, I was wondering if I was wondering like if the Ossiarch Bone Reaper Battle Tome might have elaborated like, oh yeah, Nagash is back, because that's where the place that he would do it. Because the Ossiarch Bone Reapers are like, that's his guys. Like, he loves the Bone Reapers. The Soulblight Gravelords are too busy like doing politicking with themselves because it's all vampires and skeletons and shit, and it's all just like, well, I like my family, but I like more. And Nagash is like, I'm not dealing with this. The Flesh Eater courts are too crazy for him to do much with. So then he goes over to the Bone Reapers, and he's like, you guys are the only ones who actually, like, listen to me and know what the fuck you're doing. Okay, go, go, go. Have you made a video on Nagash or Ossiarch Bone Reapers yet? No. Not yet. But eventually. I just want Cetra back. It's more possible than you think. How's Mini looking so far? Good. I've been just chatting with people. Looks real good. Wait, let me... Here. The low light gives you a more accurate view of what it actually looks like. I do need to use the washroom. So I'll be right back. And then we will get the enamel paint going. So I'll be right back. You know what I've always wondered, chat? We're going to use Villainy, Goon, Scrime, but I got to shake the ever-living life out of it. Did you know? I've always had a weird thing wherever I see Ultramarines with green eyes. And I've always wondered, like, oh, I wonder why people do the green eyes. Because the red is the main thing you see. And it's supposed to contrast, whereas the green is more complementary. It complements the blue. I was playing Dawn of War last night. And I colored my guys as Ultramarines, obviously. But by default, Dawn of War models have green eyes for the Space Marines because they modeled them for Blood Ravens and the green contrasting with the red armor. And I went, oh, that's probably where a lot of people got that. Because they played Dawn of War as a kid, so it was like instilled into them like, oh yeah, Ultramarines have green eyes. Bellacor's around, I think. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's trying to gather more traders of Archaon by like promising them shit. He's trying to start a chaos civil war with Archaon, which is actually kind of successful because an entire ring of Varangard, which are his personal bodyguards, Archaon's personal bodyguards, they all left. They all joined Bellacor's side. Love me some Be'lakor. I want more Undivided Demons. Dude, it's crazy that, like, Be'lakor in AOS and Fantasy is actually allowed to do shit, whereas 40k, he just shows up sometimes, and he's like, hello, I'm Be'lakor. Do you remember that I exist? Anyway, bye. Lol, 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 lol. I called he was bitching with his son. I fucking knew it. Of course he is. Isn't he the god of industry? No, that's Vashtor. Vashtor is the new... Like, Vashtor has essentially taken Be'lakor's spot as, like, the charge of the Soul Forge and all that. With that said, though, I did appreciate that in the Arcs of Omen series, Vashtor is doing his thing, and Be'lakor shows up and goes, yo, what's up, bitch? And then kicks the shit out of him and just leaves. It was almost like this meta thing of like, yeah, you're here to replace me, but before you do... Be'lakor is in AOS? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Be'lakor is a really, really, really good model in AOS. Yeah, Vashtor is the god of industry, technology, innovation. Will you finish the Dawn of War campaign with Carry on stream, or do Dark Crusade Winter Assault? I don't know, because I don't think Carrie was that into it as like a game. But maybe tomorrow, depending on how she feels after the treatment today, because she might be like hella low key. We might just do some Dawn of War. Oh yeah, Be'lakor's a major player in AOS. He is a major player. I liked him in Arcs of Omen. That's really neat. I'm going to learn more about him. He is possibly the pettiest character across all of Warhammer. He's in it for the love of the game. You know what I mean? Hope Carrie's doing okay. She's currently doing her treatment that we wouldn't be able to do without you guys. So thank you again. Didn't he do the Cursed Skies thing to the Stormcast? Yep. His main guy, Eternus, is a guy who was part of Archaon's Varangard and like started to question it. And then he met with Be'lakor, and Be'lakor was like, yo, you want to join my side? And he was like, yeah, I guess. And he brought him into the atmosphere of the realm where Be'lakor had a bunch of had a bunch of Stormcast Eternals that he had just held there in the atmosphere, in the firmament of this realm, and just pushed all of their souls into Eternus's body, basically making him a diet Stormcast. A Chaos Stormcast. It's crazy. And that's why Eternus in-game can come back a few times. If you're lucky. If you roll good, he can come back. That's actually wicked. What the fuck? Dude, I'm telling you, AOS has some crazy shit going on. It's crazy. I like some more legit Renegade Marines. Not Chaos or Loyalist. Maybe Imperial Truth simps, but without the Emperor worship. There's a couple chapters like that. I can't tell you their names at the top of my head. Hope with the slow death of demons in 40k Be'lakor gets added to CSM. It's more likely than we think. I don't think demons are surviving to 11th. Why is AOS so cool? Because it's cool. It had a really rocky start, but in 4th edition, I think we're in a great place. Lore-wise, models-wise, game-wise. I think AOS is great. Hashut is the chaos god of tyranny, yes. Yeah, pretty much. I'm not up to date with my Hashut, now that they're a faction. Sigmar did really make Stormcast uncorruptible. Yeah, pretty much. The only way to make a Chaos Stormcast that we have seen is what Be'lakor did with Eternus. Just shove, like, 100 Stormcast souls that you've locked from going back to Azir and just shove them into a guy. Ashen Claws and Soul Drinkers are Renegade chapters. Are Soul Drinkers? I know the Ashen Claws, for sure. AOS is so damn cool. It also gets less scrutiny than 40k. Also less history. It is bound to. Yes. I want them to bring back some of my beloved Von Card signs, not Manfred. Manfred's already back, but yeah. I'd like a Renegade Space Marine subset or codex, especially since I heard Ordo Astartes might be an Inquisitor thing soon. I'd rather that than Imperial Agents. Why out of all of them did they pick fucking Manfred? He was like the orchestrator of the end times, and also it's because his model was like relatively new when AOS came into being. It was like one of the last models that they released before wrapping up Warhammer Fantasy, so they just kind of brought him over. They didn't stop selling the model, that's why. He doesn't really do much from everything I remember. They should make Usheron and Manfred kiss. No questions at this time. Really want to play the Total War Warhammer games, but I feel my laptop would catch fire. Yeah, they are very intense games on your hardware. Okay. I got some special brushes here that I only use for this kind of stuff. Alright. This is Villainy Inc.'s Goon's Grime. This is made for miniatures for the Grim Dark art style. Goon's Grime specifically is a greenish-brown enamel wash. What is an enamel wash? Basically, if you're familiar with oil paints, it's relatively the same thing. It's a type of paint that is thinned down with mineral spirits, not water. And the benefit of this is that when we slather this all over the Iron Warrior miniature, we're going to basically let it dry, and then it'll still have a working time where we're going to take a little bit of mineral spirits, wipe away what we want for basic highlights and stuff, and then that's it. It's that easy. Whose grime? Goon's Grime. It's an unfortunate name. What kind of grime? Space Marine 2 is the best Warhammer game to release, period. Fight me. I think out of all the Warhammer games I've played Space Marine 2 by far the most. If I just drew an opening hand with my Wincon and Soul Ring, but only had it land on the hand of the Temple of the False Gods, do I keep it? What are you talking about? Just got here. How's the Iron Warrior going? We're about to slather him in gunk, but here he is. It's time to gunk. Let's do this. For those who have never used oil washes or enamel washes, you're probably watching this and going, "No! No! What are you doing?" It's part of the process. Do not worry. Oh yeah, get that boy gunked up. The package is here. It's actually great timing. Here, I'm gonna gunk them up. Get them all gunked. You can be pretty heavy with it. I'm being pretty heavy with it. I just want to make sure that the miniature is fully covered in the goon's grime. Don't want to miss any details. But this is just a unifying wash all over the mini. You can also do a careful application of this and just like aim for the recesses. I say these are chaos guys. I don't care. Just making sure every bit is touched at least. Great. Here's how to dry off a brush, or how to wash a brush like this. This is why you only use these specifically for mineral spirits or white spirits or what have you. Okay, we're going to leave this to dry for about 10-15 minutes, but the real working time is actually closer to an hour. Chad, are you ready for the package? Okay. Now, I'm not going to show the package just yet, because I don't want to dox myself or Vivi. We have a 3D print delivery. Uriel Ventress. Bits from Archaon World Claimer. A Chaos Lord. A funny git. The funniest little git whoever gitted. Chaos Power Claws, finally. Cloaks. Those aren't tournament legal. No one's going to be able to tell. Oh, the company heroes. I have another unit of company heroes. Amazing. Ah, Mudang, the child of corn. The 2017 Primaris Captain with the Power Fist and the Plasma Pistol. Very cool, very cool. Where did you get these? These are from Vivi in the chat. A Blade Guard. Or I guess a Emperor's Champion. Some bases. Cool, cool. Ah, a different helmet on this guy. Very cool. There's more. These are for some custom characters that people have donated. And they have been able to make some custom Chaos Marines to lead this army. So here's a custom Wolfguard Terminator. Dark Knight Terminator bits. Very good. Sergeant Jovan. Very cool. Custom Sister Sorcerer. Very excited to put that one together. Some Victrix Honor Guard. And that's it. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much, Vivi. We're going to look through more of these later and do some kit bashing to wrap up the stream. Yes. Ah, everybody say thank you, Vivi. The people want to see Mudang. Something recat. Oh, it's hard to get her out. Mudang! Mudang! There she goes. There she is. A baby. A child. Very good. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's the right base size for a legionary. Yes. That was on purpose, Ava? I assumed it was. Yeah, look at these Chaos Power Claws while we're waiting for this to dry. Bless me, sorry. Aura. 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 The cloaks go under the backpack. I know. Let me see these power claws. Aura, aura, aura. Yes, dude. Yes. He just looks kind of creepy now. Hello. He just wants to give you tickle. Here comes the tickle monster. Hello. Ava, have you seen Iron Lung? No. Alright, I will set these aside for now. Very exciting. Very, very, very exciting. Whoa. What the? Oh, my box of brushes. Anything break en route? Not that I can see. So I'm going to say no. He do be bathing in that grime, though. I was careful with packaging. I appreciate it. We can probably build something right now while this is drying. Listen, again, the working time is like around an hour. Let's build Uriel Ventress. Oh, fun. I will be leaving the backpack off. Oh, there's like a little slot for his naked head to go in. We can fix that. Maybe. Hmm. Angle's a little tight, but we can get it. Yo, Vivi. Remember when I asked you if you had files for the Mark II Marines? I can't remember if you did. You do have them? Okay. I'm thinking about having videos where the background between the art is me doing the Legion colors. So, like, in between, like, funny art, you can see me doing different funny art. We just gotta keep digging. Whoops. That's fine. Don't breathe that. I'm not. go rinse that with water. And then we'll check on the guy. Okay, we're going to set Ventress aside for now. Blocky ass shoes. I'm now taking the brush and wiping away. Not necessarily wiping away, but like just wiping the grime off of some of the areas, just very lightly. Just kind of making it streak down as if there's been like some rain. Why do you use enamel washes? Just curious. Because I assume you took that message back. I don't know why it disappeared. Why do you use enamel washes? Just curious, because I've heard only heard it mentioned in brief mentions. No clue, really, apart from people swearing by it. Okay. So you know how we doused the entire thing in, like, the brown? I can just wipe all of this away. It'll stain it, sure. But I can just take mineral spirits, dip a little sponge in there, and wipe away. I just can use it as an eraser. Do you hate Nuln oil? Yeah, kind of. I think acrylic washes are fine, but I kind of prefer enamels. It's just a different thing to use in your tool belt, you know? It'll still stain, because we've left it on there for long enough. But this one specifically, this Villainy Inks Goons Grime, is supposed to matte down the miniature to a point where it's like grim and dark and yada yada yada. You get the idea. But the point of enamel paints is that you can just wipe away all your progress if you really, really want to. AOS is Ralph Bakshi's Wizards? No. No. I don't think anything is quite like Ralph Bakshi's Wizards. I'm just not really a fan of Nolan Oil's finish. I think it looks kind of bad. You can really see like how matte and like dirty the stuff that got on the floor looks. It's still drying for the most part, but we just gotta give it a little time. And also the working time. The working time is what's crazy about the enamels. I could leave this on here for an hour, dip a sponge in some mineral spirits, come back, erase it. Washes always end up looking very wet and artificial when I use them. I'm still very new to painting, but I can't figure out washes for the life of me. The reason why is because you still need to shake the ever-living hell out of the specifically Citadel washes, because the matting agent all settles at the bottom. But that said, even after shaking pots of Nuln Oil for like 30 minutes, and I'm exaggerating, but the shadows will still be shiny, because Nuln Oil is just kind of shiny. I do not like it as a acrylic wash. I found better results with Army Painter's Dark Tone and Strong Tone. But for an all-over wash like this, you're going to want to use enamel paints, because you can just like unify the whole thing in one simple step. And that's just it. We just got to wait for it to dry, and then that's it, really. We do the eyes, and then we're done. Another recommendation, Pro Acryl. All of their paints are quite matte. So you can see here on this Gravis Captain, it's not Calgar, I promise. You can see like specifically the armor. The armor is very, very, very matte. It looks almost chalky. Personally, I like that look. A lot of GW paints are satin, which means they have a slight sheen to them. But they're not like glossy or anything. You could also always, no matter what your paint job looks like, you could get like some varnish that is gloss or matte or super matte there's tons of places that sell them. And then, yeah. The Fulgrim How to Paint literally had the heavy metal painter use thinned Abaddon Black since they don't like the Nuln Oil finish. Yep. I don't like Nuln Oil's finish. I think it looks bad. I think a lesson learned from this is that I think we have to go a little heavier on the dry brush. or use a lighter color. Because that kind of got eradicated. It's not a bad thing, but something to take into account later. Maybe instead of using dark warm gray, we use what's it called? I don't know. Maybe just use something a little lighter. I also wipe it away, so you can see the highlights a little more. It's still drying. It's going to be super duper dirty when it's fully dried. But like, let's compare. That's like a marine that I have like pretty much done. Waiting for it to dry. In the meantime, let's get Ventress glued. I'm not gluing the backpack, but I will glue the helmet. Anytime I see Black Legion, I want to go make my scheme Black Legion. Anytime I see my own scheme with the gray and gold, I like that one instead. Again, both just look good, man. Yep. Such is the way of things. I don't clean 100% of the nubs. Don't worry. I've gotten 3D prints from distributors before. Like, I am used to it. Don't worry. There's one under the shoulder. Oh, I see it. There's a little hole on his head. You see that? That's fine. It's not a big deal. Damn, that's okay. Don't worry. Again, it's not a big deal. Printers don't like the top of spheres. I mean, even in GW photos, if you zoom in, you can still see the 3D printer scans. Like the lines, they're still there. This is very normal. Uriel Ventress, Captain of the 4th Company. Whoops. Ooh, that makes me nervous. I did it. Uriel Ventress. There he is. Woo! What's going on with your feet, buddy? Okay, we're just gonna set him to dry. SMH not using the official printed base, but I printed specifically for him. I'm sorry. Oh, Vivi, did you get that Terminator head? What are you gonna do with that part? Something? I don't know what yet. It's in there. Okay. Do you remember what bag you put it in? Oh, you put it in the Dark Knight Termy bits. Thank you. Recently painted up my old school noise memory with the guitar bolter. I'm pretty happy with it. Good. One second, there's a little bit of dirt forming right here. I can just smudge it. Do you like my neatly sorted baggies, Ava? I do. I very much appreciate them. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yes, dude. Yes. Finally. Yes, dude. Yes. Good night, guys. It's almost 12 a.m. here. Good night. Still drying. It's like in the final stages. Even then, it'll be totally workable. This is for Lou's character. Way too much, way too much. You need to get the extra thin stuff? No, no, I'm good, I'm good. It's facing the wrong way, is it? Oh, yeah, I guess so. He faces the feet. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay. We'll wait for that to dry. Quick scan for fiddly bits. Pretty clean. Nothing that's going to be like super duper distracting. Those chains were a bitch to paint. Or print. I bet. Excuse me. Ugh. If you don't position them correctly, it fucks up every time, Jesus. Excuse me, my goodness. Oh, let's look through our handy dandy bit box. Alright, so this is for Lou's character, and Lou's character is specifically a blood angel who has fallen to corn. So we're going to use a corn head for this, if it fits. This sort of mouth thing gets in the way. I do have other bits here. Sorry, I'm so sniffly all of a sudden. Is this FF12? It's the FF12 raid and FF14. Aren't the ear flaps more of a World Eater thing? Yeah. We're just seeing what works. Nope. I'm just shaving off the inner bit of this mouth speaker because that's like the main problem. His chin's kind of resting on it. That's kind of fun. We're probably gonna have to use green stuff to keep the head in place. That's pretty good though. I like the basic helmet. It's kind of like a Primaris helmet that got like corrupted, you know?
My mountain of sprues. My mountain of nothing but sprues.
Where'd the head go? Did I put it in the bits box by mistake? Oh boy. What is time to return to stream? Welcome back. Welcome back. Where the heck did I put it? What the? Where'd it go? I found it. There it is. Could probably shave off a little bit of his connector thing. Maybe have him looking to the side, like he's like... Can somebody see where Lou's at? Like in the Discords, can somebody ping him and tell him to check the stream? Lou coming. Good. Tell him to get his ass over here. Who hath summoned me? Me, motherfucker. It's your character. Ava, what did you do? This is Lou's character. Now, Lou acts like this, right? I'm trying to be careful because the jump pack is still gluing. Like that. And then like a Slanesh sword in the other hand, like going backwards. Do you see the vision? Now my question to you is the heads. Because there's this one, which is sort of like a modified Mark IV. And I could get it to fit, but he'd probably have to be looking this way. Like, I could just green stuff it for him to, like, look that way. Or, alternatively, this Death Guard head. I don't know what screams Blood Angels to you more. I mean, it's ultimately your character. You get to choose, right? First helmet more personally. Okay. What have I come back to? We're making Lou's character. You're okay with him, like, kind of looking to the side? I'll see how we can make him, like, kind of look forward more. Because he has, like, this. So maybe we could green stuff it and just kind of have him, like... Oh, yeah, we can green stuff it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's a green stuff. That's a green stuff. Oh. That was... Okay, that was Vivi who said it. Never mind. But Lou concurred. So it's fine.
There are so many sprues over here, dude. There's so many sprues.
This is not the sword we're gonna use, maybe. It's just the one that I found. There's a cat in my yard. Feline delivery system, go get it. No. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, hold on. Let's clean this up a bit. Iron Warrior check. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to do the edge highlighting a little more intensely next time. But as far as, like, most of it goes, dude... That's an Iron Warrior. On tabletop. 3 foot away rule. Woo! Magnetic. Yeah, 3 foot away rule. That's a Black Legion mercenary. That is indeed, good sir. That is indeed. Yeah, from far away you can't even see the edge highlights, so who cares? Cool. Well, let's do this build really quick, and then we'll wrap up by doing the eyes, and then that'll be it. How long have we been streaming for? When did I go live? Oh my gosh, it's almost 2, bro. Okay. nice. Hey, did you see the Oblivion mod that lets you order pizza from an NPC that arrives IRL? What? Did Mickey make a new video? Mikey? Mickey? I can't remember. I apologize. Wait, hold on. Kind of aura, holding the bolt gun. We'd shave off the Nurgle bits, obviously, but... Kind of aura, kind of aura. Lou, what do you think? We gotta green stuff the head first. Alright, really quick. Alternatively, we use this one. This plasma pistol, but we'll see how it goes. Arm holding the boulder is pretty badass, but if it's easier to put the arm on without the Slanesh blade, that's cool too. I don't think the Slanesh blade is gonna work. Because they're both like in a frontal position. So we're gonna do it like this. But first, I'm putting the head over here where I can see it. Green stuff time. Do 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 do. Beat the Frost Dragon yesterday, by the way, in Night Rain. Cool. That's like one of my favorite fights. I forget. It's like use super glue and then put green stuff in for like the super duper big bond, right? Just Bit of super glue. It's glue, stuff, glue. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. It's all come together. Oh, yeah. Well, firstly, we got to get rid of these nurgly things. But hang on to them for extra bits. Careful, the pole is super fiddly. Don't worry. It can snap. I will be careful. Do not worry. I have worked with fiddly models before. Scraping stuff off seems easier than I expected it to be. Dude, what's nice about Nurgle stuff is that it doesn't take up 95% of the shoulder pauldron like Khorne berserkers do.
It's off center.
Yes, dude, yes. That's kind of badass as hell. Yes, sir. We can work with that. Over the chest? Over the chest? Whichever's the easiest to paint. It looking super cool kind of gets negated however much of a pain it is to paint. It's gonna be easy. Shake my hand. Shake my hand. What the fuck is that weapon? Was that supposed to be a chain fist? Yeah. Kind of like the axe to the side. I think axe to the side has some legs. Dude, chat, I am so freaking hungry. We are finishing this build. We're painting the eyes of the warrior, and then we're done. I am so freaking hungry. Kind of still gives the Blood Angel vibe, especially with the cape. But obviously, like, corrupted. Now we need to find a shoulder pad. I'm assuming you want the corn symbol. I'm gonna give you one of the big ones. The big symbol. I'm a big fan of slashing out former heraldry. Well, I don't have any Blood Angels bits, so unfortunately, we get what we get, and we do not throw a fit. Could have asked. Well, I didn't think of it then. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go to the base. Yes, dude, yes. Here he comes. Awesome. Also on this note, I'm kind of thinking this dude has been corrupted for a while. Oh yeah, it's all come together. Let's leave him to dry. Let's paint these eyes and then wrap up. I am so freaking hungry. Those hazard stripes are going to be a pain. That said, I love Iron Warriors. These hazard stripes? What was that? Why? I have some hazard stripes right here. Alright, chat. Last step. Where is my bold titanium white? Didn't realize the unpainted wasn't the Iron Warrior. No, we were waiting for the wash to dry, so we had some time to build a mini. Use this, and then Blood Angels Red. You can always use masking tape. I don't have any. But also, chat, look, I told you that when it was all dry and stuff, the gold was gonna look way different compared to the yellow. So it actually, like, stands out, you know? Yeah, I think we just gotta go a bit lighter on the dry brushing, like a lighter color, and then we'll be fine. I'm working on some Krieg and Thousand Suns. My LGS had the warp frame Thrall a few months back, so I snagged it. Nice. Much grim, such dark. True. Alright. A drop of bold titanium white. Okay. If I'm not on screen for this, it's because I am trying to paint an eyeball. Wait for that to dry. Eyes are a pain like that sometimes. I vastly prefer doing marine helmets than I do to, like, eyeballs. I'm so soak and pilled that even if it's not explicitly loud on stream, I can still tell which FF14 theme you're listening to. Mm-hmm. A little too grimy for my taste, but it looks good. My whole idea is that these guys have been trudging for months. I particularly like the dusting around the feet. And when we put him on a desert base, he's gonna look awesome. Aren't Iron Warriors bronze trim? Yeah, this is a Black Legion, dude. He got absorbed into the Black Legion. I'm gonna give it another second to dry. Meanwhile, this fallen blood angel, Lou's character, has been built. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. This is very, very cool. I'm glad I had the idea of, like, what does a cape look like on this guy? Looks sick? Yeah, yeah. When you paint it, you should paint the cape with burn marks on it from the exhaust. Ooh. We could try that. But for now, let's finish this Iron Warrior. This Black Legion. Iron Warrior. And like that, chat, he's done. All in all, other than the hazard stripes, obviously, very simple paint scheme. Our Black Legion Iron Warrior is complete. There's some things we definitely learned, like we should probably use a lighter color on the dry brushing step, just so that it doesn't get like eradicated from the wash. Like even the pipes. Like the pipes are pure dark warm gray, and they kind of just got knocked down to like a very subtle thing. So we should use like a lighter gray for that step. But yeah, I really like how the tabard came out. I really like how the hazard stripes came out. I'm very proud of my hazard stripes. But that's an Iron Warrior. The first of our Black wait. Now he's done. Yes. Yes, man. Yes. What about knee rivets? Don't care. For batch painting, do not care. This was to get the batch painting scheme down. Maybe one day we'll go through and do the rivet stream where I go through every single rivet. Maybe. Maybe not. But chat, that's the first legionary in our force. In the Community Chaos Space Marine Army. I've almost been live for 6 hours. 6 hours to paint one mini. Now, a lot of that was like talking and like doing other stuff, but this as a batch paint, very, 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 very easy. Very possible. Anyway, chat. Yo. Whoa. Thanks for coming on by. 6 hours per mini, 5 of it on trim. Yeah, the trim took some time, but not that much. Overall, very proud of this. I am definitely looking forward to assembling and painting more. If we go live tomorrow... I like how he looks dirty and kind of rusty. Yep. That's the main thing I want to do with this Chaos Army, is make them look like, you know, dirty. They don't have stuff to maintain their armor. Came out really great. Yeah, I'm excited. If we're back tomorrow, we're probably going to be assembling minis rather than painting. That is a big if, because I do need to get to work on some videos and stuff. And also, Carrie might just want to be like, yo, I just kind of want to chill with you today. Which is totally fine. Yeah, I'm just very happy how this turned out. Wow. I hope you learned something. I hope maybe you have some confidence to do some hazard stripes now. Maybe you want to try out this Goons Grind stuff. Maybe you want to like a Iron Warrior thing. I don't know. I hope you found some inspiration from this. And if you didn't and you just enjoyed the vibe of being here, that's also good. That's also okay. Yeah, I'm just elated. We also can't forget we built a character on stream. This is Lou's character, a fallen blood angel, Felticorn. This one is going to be... I'm planning on making all of the custom characters that people have donated to receive. I plan on making that like a big, like one big stream. Or maybe like one stream per character, you know what I mean? But yeah. Wow. Size check. Calgar check. Bless me. Sorry. You could just crush his head with a single fist. Yeah, both these on the table. That's awesome. Like on the table. That's so cool. I'm very, very, very happy how this turned out. Thank you all for coming on by. Again, hope you learned something. I hope you were inspired. And I hope to see you again in another stream. If you're on the VOD watching this, let me know what you're working on. What you got done. Anyway, I'll catch you later. I'm going to go eat lunch. I'm very, very hungry. Well, have a great time, everybody. Bye.